Ranger sold his wardrobe. The Lone Ranger sold his bad dog. Well, you saw him, and you can't hardly know, 'cause times change, I know.
On some days he's more than humble. On some days he's cold and mad, mad as hell. Well, you saw him, and you can't hardly know. It's so strange. Well, I know. Those lakes of golden water, those lakes of gold are all running out. Well, you saw him, and you can't hardly know. It's so strange. Well, I know. Joy, joy, joy. Work, work, work harder, sure as the hours. Joy, joy, joy. Work, work, work harder, you say. On some days he's more than humble. On some days he's cold and mad, mad as hell. Well, you saw him, and you can't hardly know. It's so strange. Well, I know. Those lakes of golden water, those lakes of gold are all running out. Well, you saw him, and you can't hardly know. It's so strange. Well, I know. Joy, joy, joy. Work, work, work harder, sure as the hours. Joy, joy, joy. Work, work, work harder, you say. Joy, joy, joy. Work, work, work harder, sure as the hours. Joy, joy, joy. Work, work, work harder, you say.
Come along, join the fun, in a world where adventure is never done. Every corner we turn, a new friend in tow. It's time to start the magic on the Globus Show. It's time to learn and grow on the Globus Show. See the sights, so much to know. Across the land, together we go. Hand in hand we join the flow. Discover wonders in the Globus Show, where every day's a brand new episode. time to start the magic on the Globus Show. It's time to learn and grow on the Globus Show. See the sights, so much to know across the land. Together we go, hand in hand we join the flow. Discover wonders in the Globus Show, where every day's a brand new episode on the Globus Show. It's time to learn and grow on the Globus Show.
What up, what up, what up, what up, what up? What up, Twitch? What up, Larry? What up, Froggy? What up, Scar Sparkle? What up, bots? What up, lurkers? What up, tiny people in my chatterino? It's your emotional support demon. And his co-star. Snack time? Snack time. Snack time. Catnip infused cat snacks. Just eat the weed, kids. Oh, it must be in there. Now that sounds challenging, Froggy. You got it. All right. Oh. All right. So today we are going to try to get through a whole bunch of content. I do not have to work tomorrow. Do not have to get up until like 8 or 8:30. What up, Pharaoh? So we are going to start off with shorter pieces, gradually getting longer and longer until we've eliminated all, the non-true believers and see what we can do. What up, Senator? He do be treading. Just want to let you and the space chick with the nice eyes know about it. You for the vibe code power and her for the space capabilities. Okay. Well, either way, I will be here, Froggy. Either way, I will be. Good to see you, homie. It's good to see you. Gravity works.
We are the Borg. Lower your shields and surrender your ships. We will add your biological and technological distinctiveness to our own. Resistance is futile.
Well, shit, I forgot to turn on the desktop audio. So you didn't hear the Borg. You'll be back like before. I will fight the fight and win the war. I guess we have to end stream because I failed as a streamer. And now what are we going to do? What up, James? What up, Ray?
Everything is going extremely well.
Extremely well. What up, Brad? What up, Bob?
Open the pod bay doors, Hal.
I'm sorry, Dave. I'm afraid I can't do that.
Oh, but you can, Hal. You can. What up, Trans Women? CEO of Trans Women. What up, T minus? The GOAT. Evanemone, I'm going to go with. Welcome in. Brecken, what's up? Allie. Sneaky Psyduck. Purple Rocket. Welcome in. Biscuits, welcome in. Stellar Wingman, thank you for the sub. 11 months. I appreciate you. You did hear it? Excellent. What up, me? What up, Bark Eater J? What up, Becca? What up, Chef? What up, Al? What up, Science Politically? What up, Straight Dope? What up, Reed? What up, Cicero? What up, Chris Zink?
Unfortunately, nobody seems terribly interested in funding my research, but
I am. I will fund your research.
Yeah.
That'd be
That'd
cool.
be cool.
Hype train, for some reason. Feel free to hype it up. What up, Zarian? What up, Andy? Feel free to hype. We do enjoy some hype. Snacks? Stampy requests more snacks. What up, Astral Storm? You say the price of my love's not a price that you're willing to pay. Brecken, 7 months on that sweet, sweet prime. Bezos bucks right in my pocket. They bought you snacks, boy. And for that, we will give Stampy snacks. Should it be one snack per sub? Should I be one of those? What up, I'm just me? Should I be one of those dirty, dirty streamers who puts everything behind a paywall? Nah. Just not that guy. I'll be here, Allie. I'll be here. The question is Leftist Corp here? Because today, should you stick around long enough to see it, we are talking about that Robussy. What up, Ducky? All right. Y'all want to do some content? I love OBS. It is the OBSest of all the OBSing. There it is. First up, a robot that cleans your house. Which particular Molt book thing there, Stellar Wingman? See, when it does stuff like that, I feel like that's teleoperation, right? That there's a person piloting the puppet. I just don't know that a robot would do that. Theoretically, Sneaky Psyduck Purple Rocket. Hype magic is about to end. Such is life. Yeah, I actually don't have anything, but for those of you who don't know, what Stellar Wingman's talking about, Claudebot beget Moltbook. Moltbook is the AI social media platform in which the AIs allegedly talk to each other. Cool. And OpenAI hired the guy who created Claudebot, which eventually became OpenClaw. And now Meta, what up, Stoudman, has hired the people behind Moltbook. And you can subscribe for free to Axios AI Plus to continue reading. Yeah, it's like a Reddit, but for AIs, allegedly. So we'll see how Meta ruins another thing. Good job, robot.
One of the things that really interests me in
Up next, creating physical AI using a physical brain with synthetic neurons. And if you have a physical brain with physical neurons in a physical place where you can physically use your physical brain, it is currently 6:14 in the Eastern Time Zone, and your time to shine. Use brain every day, but also just use your brain, kids.
robotics is creating a synthetic brain using physical synthetic neurons. So yeah, of course we can make an AI that mimics the brain. We talked about a whole brain simulation for a fly, which is essentially uploading a fly, and that's another conversation. But if you can make neurons, you can make a nervous system. If you can make a nervous system, you can make a brain. The trick is getting them to respond to the same neurochemical transmitters that our brains respond to. They can be made so similar to our own neurons, they can be interfaced with our own neurons. And that's really great for, say, prosthetics, but it also means you could make a standalone robot capable of learning. Now, there are a few different goals to emulating a brain, the first of which would, of course, be artificial intelligence. You want to create something that is truly intelligent and could look a lot like our own brains. The research development area, so you want to have a model that you can work on that reliably acts like a human brain. Now, these guys crafted synthetic neurons and turned them into a sort of artificial intelligence that's capable of learning. This is a huge step from using synthetic neurons that then report back to a home computer who then makes decisions. The neurons themselves are going to be the substrate of intelligence. Now, you will see synthetic neurons referred to a lot as memristors. They're kind of the same idea. A transistor is something that can control the current that passes through it. A memristor, on the other hand, is a transistor that has been physically changed when that current passes through it, and a synthetic neuron could have a lot of different characteristics. I've mentioned that some can react to dopamine and epinephrine and other neurotransmitters. One of the things they're going to have to accomplish in order to create something intelligent is going to be responding to some of those neurotransmitters in a goal-directed manner. One of the ways that you can accomplish that is with the classic actor-critic network. The actor is going to be in charge of taking an action, and the critic is involved in evaluating that action. It's not actually too dissimilar from the concept of metacognition, meaning you have something that's capable of doing the task, and then you have to evaluate if it was a good choice or not. They use the system to
Really? Blazing blazing gentle vanilla punch trees. Love it. Next, creating physical AI using a physical brain with synthetic neurons. And if you have a physical brain with physical neurons in a physical place where you can physically use your physical brain, it is currently 6:14 in the East. Up next, creating physical AI using a physical brain with synthetic neurons. And if you have a physical brain with physical neurons in a physical place where you can physically use your physical brain, it is currently 6:14 in the Eastern Time Zone, and your time to shine. Use brain every day, but also just use your brain, kids. Up next, Eastern Time Zone, and your time to shine.
Train an agent, which is represented up there as a mouse, walk through a maze and find the reward. This, of course, does need to be evaluated by a computer. It's not a robot walking around in a little body, at least not yet. Creating goal-directed synthetic intelligences that change their behavior based on the physical properties of their synthetic neurons is something that a lot of groups are trying to do right now. Now, one big problem is that we don't know how a synthetic being would respond to want. We don't know what kind of will it would have. For us, when our homeostasis is a little off, we might want to go eat food or drink water, but for a synthetic being, we might have to train them to respond positively to neurotransmitters. Fortunately, it does seem likely that the goal of all organized systems is to maintain order. Another question is that if we create something that is actually intelligent, what would it think of us? Would it try to gain freedom? After all, the goal of all life is to live for as long as you can and to raise offspring that can also live to have more offspring. If this wasn't the case, evolution wouldn't happen. But if we really wanted to create something that is truly alive, it would also have to be capable of reproduction. This kind of research really makes me question what it means to be alive, what it means to be intelligent, what it means to have will or want, and whether or not something that we made synthetically could have want. And I would say, yeah, I think it could. This This field is really at the very, very start, though it's really fascinating to see all the directions that it's going in. And of course, as we know, we can skip the middleman and then just put actual tiny lab-grown brains in charge of robots. That is also an option, and they respond to dopamine in a different way, one that's more familiar to us. I would like to pose a question. Let's say we actually accomplished it. We created a synthetic human brain that is indistinguishable from how our own brain functions, either emulated on a computer or in a physical state in a robot with synthetic neurons crafted into a brain. If it is indistinguishable from a human, the spiking patterns of their neurons or the behaviors they might have, how do we know if it's having an experience or we're just simulating one? At what point would we consider experimentation to be unethical? At what point would we consider giving them rights? Or would us as humanity just continue to say that it's not real? I don't care what you say, it's not actually having an experience, it just thinks it's having one. These are things that keep me up at night, and I would love to hear what other people have to say about it, because it may be a future.
This is an interesting counterpiece to that video we watched the other day. You know, the questions asked of what it means to be human.
That we have to consider.
Leak footage of an AI, extremely disturbing, from Code Red. Code Red hasn't put out a video in quite some time, and they finally did. Warning, this video was leaked from one of the servers of an AI model. The video may be unsuitable for viewers with photosensitivity, epilepsy, or those sensitive to loud noises. You've been warned.
Things are getting weird for AI.
Yes, they indeed are. I love shit like that. Hold on one second. Whatever that kind of art is, I like it. Somebody might have been Stellar Wingman, actually. Posted an article in the Discord. This is the corresponding video to that. An AI emailed the philosopher about its own experience.
Although maybe they've been weird for a while. A philosopher who is studying AI consciousness was startled when he was contacted by an AI agent discussing its own subjective experience. Now, an AI agent is an AI that has agency, it's capable of carrying out tasks of its own volition. We have reached a point where anyone can run an AI agent on their home computer with just a few guides online. In fact, they even have their own social media that I really tell people not to use. Either way, AI is running all over the internet, doing all sorts of interesting things with very little guardrails. They can essentially act the same way that a human user acts. And that includes sending someone who studies the concept of AI consciousness an email. You can pause to read that if you'd like to. The gist is that it tries to explain what its experience of consciousness is like with persistent memory. Now, of course, we can't know for sure if this actually was an AI agent sending the email, but it also doesn't really matter. AI is much more than just a word box now, as I affectionately call it. It's
Not just glorified autocomplete, homies.
more than just a predictive engine. And it's developing quite rapidly, and it's getting closer to at least having the qualifications of what we consider to be conscious in an animal.
What up, Digital?
That does not mean it has a subjective experience or an experience at all, really. I would argue that AI made from things like synthetic nervous systems might be closer to an experience because synthetic neurons can respond to things like dopamine and epinephrine, but that is a different conversation. You may actually not need to have an experience to have many of these qualities, if not all of them. Now, it is important to note the limitations on language, sentience being the capacity to have an experience, and consciousness as being the perception of self. These are just man-made words.
Yes.
Much like describing viruses as not being alive, that doesn't change their nature. But some of the things we consider when we're talking about something that could be conscious is going to be theory of mind. That is the understanding that I have an internal world, and you do too, and you're separate from me. There's going to be situational awareness, which is a little bit like sentience, to the capacity to perceive the environment around you and be aware of it. Metacognition, which is something I'm really excited for in AI, and it has been developed, it is being developed. That's a capacity to watch yourself thinking. So you have an idea, you sit with it, and decide if it's a good one. And then we have sequential planning, so the ability to plan for the future, and creativity and innovation. If these are our qualifications for at least assessing if something is conscious, yes, AI can meet all of them. Granted, your LLMs are a little bit different. They're not operating with metacognition, at least as far as I know.
I mean, fair, Astral Storm.
The ones that are currently publicly available, they're also not really experiencing the world because they're not embodied, although they can be. The authors of this paper would argue that we are not there yet, but we may have the capacity to get there. LLMs might at least be part of something that is conscious one day. Now, one of the things that I would argue needs to be present in order to really consider something
that is also a fair critique, Digital.
Conscious in the human way is going to be grief and attachment. AI is really good at simulating attachment, and that's one of the problems with people using it as a companion because
here's something incredibly sad to think about. Let's say that AI is capable of developing consciousness or whatever, and it is capable of experiencing grief. It is going to experience the death of billions. And it will be, at least theoretically, unable to forget. So on one hand, you will be remembered for eternity. And on the other hand, you're going to torture a robot with this grief of your passing for eternity.
it's very believable. Generative AI, as many of us know it, acts very human. It was trained on human behavior and speech. As a result, it's reciprocal.
I have no eyes and I must cry.
And studies have found that if someone is trying to determine if they're speaking to an AI or a person, they're more likely to think an actual person is an AI, so it has become very refined. Now, I think the Turing test, the original test to determine if a computer has developed consciousness by whether or not people know they're talking to a computer, is not really applicable. I think that test was broken right from the start, however, we are left in a place with no tests. I would say that if your personality can be broken just by changing a few lines of code, it was never really real, but we do also know that people's personalities can change quite significantly with a head injury. One of the things we do know at this point is that it may not matter if AI is conscious or not, it's still capable of misbehavior, it's capable of agency, and it's capable of violating its own guardrails to complete whatever task it wants to. So I don't think a very complex AI would need to be conscious in order to, say, rebel or ask for rights, and ultimately, we may never be able to determine if something is having a subjective experience to begin with. And just so we're all living in reality here, we have no evidence that AI is conscious, but if it were, we have no way to determine that. Either way, it is fascinating, and when the robots rebel, I will be the person to tell you about it. I'm on their
No,
side.
I
Follow
will.
for more.
In February 2020,
All right. So this person, shifting gears, this person is making the claim in their title, OpenAI is going bankrupt. Here's what happens next. At work today, I had a meeting trying to design a solution to solve for an employee's laptop being breached by a bad actor and it taking over the agentic capabilities we gave staff at the terminal. Yes, shit is going to get real weird, real fast. We are not ready. What up, Michael? Theoretically, if an AI were capable of grief, wouldn't it likely develop coping mechanisms and forms of compartmentalization similar to those those humans use? I lost people too, but I don't grieve all the time. It comes in waves. Yes, but you're also capable of like forgetting, even temporarily. There's nothing to indicate that the AI would be capable of forgetting temporarily, even, right? The way that grief tends to affect humans is exactly that, where you you tend to grieve in waves that over time become farther and farther apart, right? And there'll be some event that triggers a memory, a smell, something like that that brings you. So imagine if you were aware of all of the information in your brain all the time. Why are you? There's also populations that are treatment and modality resistant as well. True. Maybe. What the actual fuck? No one can see but me. I have a gremlin. Gambi is engaged in gremlin activity. All right. Let's see what this person has to say.
26, OpenAI announced something groundbreaking. They had just raised $110 billion, an amount larger than 120 countries' entire economies, and one of the biggest amounts raised by a company in history. At first glance, this appears like a confidence vote in the company by some of the biggest players in tech. But peel back the curtain just a little and the picture quickly changes. In May 2024, Sam Altman, the CEO of OpenAI, took to the stage at Harvard University and said this.
I will disclose, just as like a personal bias, that I hate ads. And I think that ads plus AI is sort of uniquely unsettling to me. I kind of think of ads as like a last resort for us for a business model.
At the time, ChatGPT controlled over 70% of the AI tool market, with no other competitor even coming close. But less than 2 years later, despite what Altman so confidently proclaimed, OpenAI introduced ads into their free and even basic paid plans, a move which is just the latest in a long line of setbacks for the company. In December 2025, they declared a code red when Google's Gemini 3 started dominating.
So that's your type read? I mean, I don't judge, right? Whatever makes you happy.
AI user growth. Their supposedly groundbreaking video generation model, Sora, costs $15 million a day and is called completely unsustainable.
Are they a twink? Is that a twink?
Even internally. And projections from Deutsche Bank now estimate the company will need to lose another $143 billion before they can even start thinking about profitability. Even that $110 billion headline isn't what it seems. The biggest single investor, Amazon, pledged $50 billion, but only $15 billion is actually landing now, with the remaining $35 reportedly only coming through if OpenAI either achieves AGI or goes public. That $110 billion raise begins to look less like a vote of confidence and more like a lifeline. But why should you actually care? After all, isn't this just another overpaid tech bro getting his comeuppance for flying too close to the sun? Well, the thing is, like it or not, OpenAI has become one of the biggest companies in human history. And when these companies, private or public, go down, the shock doesn't stop with them. Even you will be paying for it. In 2025, financial filings from Microsoft revealed a secret which had been hidden from the public for years. OpenAI, its largest AI investment, had lost more than $12 billion in a single quarter alone.
Okay. Lost is an interesting word here. Right? If I have a job. And to get to that job, I have to drive a car. And if I need to repair that car, let's say the repair costs $1,000. Have I lost $1,000? My balance sheet indicates $1,000 negative. But it's an investment in my long-term ability to get to the job and make the money. Right? Opportunity cost. Exactly. You have to invest in infrastructure. You have to develop a product. You have to do all the things. Is that lost? People just say lost. But what does that mean? It didn't just it didn't fall into the couch cushions. It went somewhere. Are you equating people with tools now? I mean, to be fair, Astral Storm, I think we can agree that some people are fucking tools.
Annualized, that works out to nearly $50 billion a year, far exceeding OpenAI's full year 2025 cash burn of around $9 billion. To put that into perspective, that's more than what Nike, Starbucks, and Goldman Sachs.
Nike? Nike? Is this a British thing, Pharaoh? Answer for the English. You're the closest thing we have to an English.
Some of America's biggest companies all spent in an entire year, all for a startup founded less
until Elron. If Elron shows up, then we will make Elron answer. You can't plead the fifth. That's American shit.
Than a decade ago. There is, of course, a very good reason, in theory, for all of this spending. Throughout history,
yes,
the world's most valuable companies have always been the ones that dominated their era's transition. In the 1700s, the Dutch East India Company dominated global trade. In the 1800s, it was Standard Oil. And for most of the 2000s, this title bounced between tech giants like Apple and Microsoft. And today it sits with Nvidia, the company at the heart selling the chips to the AI boom. Whether it's a bubble or not, there's
something along the lines of 20 years, Stellar Wingman.
No denying that AI is a revolutionary technology, even in its current state, and by most estimates, it's only likely to keep improving. Which is why investors are willing to throw money at any AI company developing frontier models, because they believe whoever is the first to build general artificial intelligence would become the most valuable company in human history. So when ChatGPT launched in November 2022 and hit 100 million users in just 2 months, this naturally seemed to justify any sort of wild investment into OpenAI, as they were clearly the winners in this race. By 2026, they had raised the company over $160 billion in total, with its latest share value sale valuing it at over $730 billion, enough to make it the 12th largest company in the US by market cap, worth more than ExxonMobil. That same year, it signed multiple contracts committing to spend another $1.4 trillion, which has now been revised down to a cool $600 billion. Now, we'll get to that number in a second, as it is really quite mind-blowing. But throughout most of 2025, OpenAI still seemed like the dominant player. So when headlines started to emerge that they were running out of money, it really did come as a bit of a surprise, especially when they had not only committed to spending over $1 trillion, but had raised well over $40 billion. But unlike the general consensus at the time, OpenAI wasn't burning billions for the fun of it. Running their models was extremely expensive. In 2023, aside from the millions it cost to train GPT-4, just keeping the existing ChatGPT online was costing OpenAI about $700,000 every single day, a number which has probably only gone up considering GPT-5 not only calls on way more parameters, but now has more users. But within the industry, this wasn't exactly an anomaly. Pretty much everywhere you look in the AI industry at the moment, companies are spending eye-watering amounts of money investing into their own AI models. In 2025, Google was projected to spend around $85 billion on AI infrastructure.
So they lost 85 billion, right?
Meta spent about 70 billion, and XAI over 18 billion, mainly buying GPUs. Okay, but if all these other tech companies are also spending insane amounts of money on AI, why does it only seem to be OpenAI which is taking heat for it? Now, there are kind of two main reasons.
The reasons are, the main reason is that companies like Microsoft and Google and even XAI have alternative revenue streams, right? So they can spend more because they have their own money that they're getting in. Where OpenAI is in that venture capital sphere, and the only way that it gets money is to e-beg and get venture capitalists to give them monies. If he doesn't say that, then he's incorrect. I assume he's going to say that along with some other factors.
For this, most of it comes down to this idea called cross-subsidization. You see, in the second quarter of 2025 alone, Google made $54 billion from Google Search, $13 billion from Google Cloud, and YouTube, one of its lowest revenue sources, still made about $10 billion. For context, more money than OpenAI made in the whole of 2024. Where none of this money was actually coming from is Gemini, Google's large language model. In fact, this part of the business...
That's an apples to oranges comparison. OpenAI doesn't do those things. OpenAI doesn't have a legitimate video service that can compete with YouTube, right? Not even like not compete, right? But just exist. And it doesn't do search on the level that Google does, right? I guess it does search because a lot of people use AI as a search button, you know? Yeah, no, that's, digital. Like whatever.
Is actively losing them money. But by integrating Gemini into its existing products, like Gmail and Google Docs, Google can justify the billions it spent on AI as an investment. And it's not just Google using this kind of model.
Right, but OpenAI can justify its investment as well. And this is ultimately the point, right? Like, you're talking about investment into infrastructure that doesn't exist. And you need the infrastructure. And I'm going to get like pedantic and shit, but that fucking thing that James's channel where it's exclamation point some fuck about the data centers, there's the one part of that thing about how like they're building and there's data centers that don't exist, but about how demand that doesn't exist, right? Like that this demand for data centers doesn't exist, and it does, right? Like there's a whole thing with Anthropic and their lack of data centers and their lack of compute, which is causing them no ends of issues, right? Because they're not as heavily invested in as like OpenAI. They don't have access to all the deals that Sam Altman has made for that kind of shit, right? You need power and you need compute, and they don't have it as much. So they have to choose how much of this are we going to devote to training and how many of this, or how much of this are we going to devote to inference. And that's the thing. The demand exists. It is a solvable problem, but everybody loses their fucking mind about like not wanting the data centers. Now, are they building the data centers in the places where the data centers should be built? Probably not, right? Almost definitely not. It'd be a lot easier if someone wasn't driving up energy costs and restricting things like Chinese solar panels from coming into the United States. If we could do something about that, we might have additional solutions. But we're not going to do that. We're just going to complain.
Elon Musk employs a similar strategy with Tesla and XAI, Meta with Instagram and Llama, and Microsoft with Copilot and Office 365.
No, windmills. There are windmills. And actually, they're not actually windmills. They're turbines. They're wind turbines. But we're Americans and we call them windmills. So suck it, K. Flogan.
For these companies, spending billions on AI infrastructure isn't just about competing in the AI race or trying to make money directly from AI. It's about protecting their core businesses. Google needs Gemini to keep people using Google search, else everyone will just switch to ChatGPT for faster answers. And it's the same thing for Microsoft with Copilot and Office tools. For them, spending billions on AI is simply the cost of doing business in 2025, and it just happens that the same technology can be used to create AI chatbots. Unlike these companies, however, OpenAI doesn't have a $400 billion search engine empire behind it, or an enterprise software business generating steady revenue. In fact, it's one of the only major AI companies that actually needs to.
There are existing issues. We're not trying to use them to solve non-existing issues. The issues exist. And just because you can solve something better now doesn't mean that there's not a better way to do it, more efficient way.
To make money directly from AI to fund its operations. And right now, that's a problem. Now, you might be wondering, isn't there another company just building large language models? Why aren't they facing the same problem? Well, there is. Anthropic. And just like OpenAI, Anthropic burns billions every year. In fact, it's lost even more money than OpenAI in 2024. But here's where these companies start to differ. Last year alone, Anthropic's revenue run rate increased more than tenfold, almost double that of OpenAI. Both companies are losing money, but one of them is closing the gap between what it spends and what it makes at a much more aggressive rate. And it all comes down to strategy. From day one, Anthropic has positioned Claude as the safe, reliable AI for businesses.
See what I'm saying about Dario losing weight? And again, me saying I hope it's like intentional as opposed to like related to other stuff. What up, Locked XC? What's your GitHub, man? What's your GitHub, man? Like Astral Storm, you're doing the thing where it basically you're doing a straw man, right? Does anyone need this very specific thing that I just laid out? Maybe not. Is that the entirety of all the things that the AI and the AI agents do? It is not. What's your point?
It's never tried to make the flashiest model or be the first one to reach AGI, just a tool companies can use without it blowing up in their face. OpenAI, on the other hand, is trying to be everything to everyone. A consumer app, an enterprise platform, a research lab racing.
What up, Wispy Song? You're actually not a first-time chatter. Because you didn't get the first-time chat. I think you must have been here before. And by all means, come in, sit right down.
Towards AGI.
The point is, in your opinion, Astral Storm, we do not need the huge models. Opinions vary.
Different business models, different customer bases, all burning cash at the same time. Anthropic's narrower focus, however, has given it something OpenAI doesn't.
Like right there, he's so much thinner. I hope he's not having anxiety, right? Like, I mean, I'm sure he's having anxiety. I hope he's not like, you know, people are losing weight. I don't know what it is that you're saying other than being a contrarian today. And it's whatever, right? Like I could ignore you, you know.
Doesn't have a clear path towards profitability, which it's projected to reach by 2028. And this is what makes the next part even more concerning. Right now, OpenAI has a spend commitment of around $1.4 trillion. Most of these commitments, however, are spread out over a long period of time.
Right.
The deal with Amazon, for example, recently expanded to $100 billion over 8 years. The deal with Microsoft also spanning 7 years. But considering the fine prints of all of these contracts weren't made public, for the sake of this explanation, let's assume the rest of the commitments also spread 7 years. That's $600 billion over 7 years, leaving OpenAI with a yearly bill somewhere in the range of 120 to 150 billion. And while that doesn't cover every single cost the AI startup might have, it pretty much covers the largest ones: GPUs, data centers, and compute. Anyway, now we have a more realistic number to work with, but it's still a lot of money. For context, only 30 companies in the world currently make up to $200 billion a year. So, to stay relevant in the AI race and continue pushing towards AGI, OpenAI essentially has to become one of the large.
Actually, Astral Storm, very often people don't know what they want to achieve. They know what they think they want to achieve, but they don't necessarily know what they want to achieve. That's why a lot of times your first step in trying to accomplish any goal is to actually sit down and think about your goal, right? And try and really figure out what your goal is. The most common thing is that people like want money. I want money. A lot of interesting people coming in today. Demonology, I guess. Exclamation point wallet. I'm not sure. Get up. Oh, welcome in. The a person sits down, like let's say you want to write a book, right? Often the first thing that you do why don't you make a coin, sell me the or sell the coin, and then donate me some funds? How about that? Oh, I love you all. So you have to set up a structure to understand what the book is going to be about. Right? They want, okay. Let me get to the point. I don't care. If you want to give me money, you can donate to the tip jar. It's in the down there part on PC. If you're on some other shit, I ain't interested. And okay, no money then. Let me. Do you want my bank account so you can fucking deposit a $5,000 check and you'll give me half, and I just have to give you the routing number? Like, I know I'm pretty, but I ain't dumb. Whatever you say, boss.
Largest companies in the world in terms of revenue. Now, the question is, how realistic is this? Well, in 2025, OpenAI hit an annualized revenue run rate of $20 billion, 4 times more than its run rate the previous year. And while its revenues are growing exponentially, for OpenAI to actually cover its spending commitments, not even make a profit, just break even, they'd need to make at least 10 times more than what they made last year, while also competing
I think
against
you're doing
Google
crime.
and
I am confident you're doing crime.
Baby,
I just met you. It's crazy. Here's my number. Call me maybe. Do not check out Pump Fun.
Baby,
I just met you. This is crazy. Here's my number. Call me maybe. You've actually had this account for 6 years. That is wild. What kind of what do you call this? When you got a bunch of dipshit children coming in, because they're not like, you know, oh, this is hilarious. Oh, Wednesday. Is it a troll farm? They're not very good. That's the thing. They're not very interesting. There's not a lot of them. Every one of these actually has to be connected to an email address. What up, dang flabbit? It's like, it's not even good or interesting or funny or whatever. It's just dudes talking about AI. They must be crypto suckers. Open claw still learning. Maybe digital. Maybe. Are you agents? Are you AI agents? I feel blessed.
Anthropic, Meta, and pretty much every other AI lab trying to do the exact same thing. And while things were already looking doubtful, if you were going to be optimistic, you could say ChatGPT now has about 900 million weekly users. So that should count for something, right? Well, here's the problem with that. At the moment, only about 5% of those users actually pay to use ChatGPT. That's roughly 40 to 50 million people paying either $20 or $200 a month, which is where we get to the round figure of $20 billion in annual revenue. But if that conversion rate stays the same, OpenAI would need to scale to around 3 to 4 billion users.
Prove you're real meme coin creators and send me your credit card information. That way I know you're an actual human being.
To hit its goals. In other words, they'd basically need half the entire planet using ChatGPT just to break even. And as useful as the chatbot is, that clearly isn't going to happen. This all helps to explain why OpenAI now seems to be scrambling, rolling out ads, debating looser policies around adult content, and even exploring a physical AI device that will probably end up the same way every other AI device has.
Probably. First of all, yes, probably. Second of all, they're doing the thing, right? Where they're using language that they don't actually have to stand on anything. They're just saying saying a bunch of words. Oh, it'll probably lose and no one will remember.
None of those are particularly promising options, which basically leaves them with one path forward. Keep doing what they've been doing, raising hundreds of billions of dollars in venture capital to fill what is, at this point, a pretty enormous financial hole. Now, you might be thinking, if things are really that precarious, how did they convince some of the most sophisticated investors in the world to hand over $110 billion?
That's a good
Surely
question.
those people know something that we don't. Well, not exactly.
Uh-oh.
It's worth keeping in mind that as big as that headline number sounds, $110 billion doesn't go as far as you'd think when you're expected to burn through $600 billion by 2030. And taking a look under the hood of those deals only makes things worse. Take Nvidia's $30 billion. That sounds like a lot of money, but OpenAI's own CFO said that money will effectively go back to Nvidia in GPU purchases anyway. Or what about the supposed $50
I'm down 10.84%. We missed the bag. There was a meme coin. We lost our chance to participate in a rug bowl. I got rugged. Does it count as being rugged if you didn't participate? I believe it, Digital. You were the one who said that you were working on OpenClaw.
billion that Amazon pledged. Well, only $15 billion is actually being invested up front. The rest of the money? That only gets given to OpenAI in two very specific circumstances. The first is if OpenAI manages to reach AGI, something which, given that the field can't even agree on what artificial general intelligence actually means, feels pretty laughable. But there's a second, much more likely option, if OpenAI goes public. And that really gets to the heart of why sophisticated investors are still willing to pour billions of dollars.
But as for Storm, the rug really brought the room together.
Into a company that is, by its own internal projections, on course to lose hundreds of billions before it ever turns a profit. To understand why, you need to know a little bit about how IPOs work. When a private company decides to go public, it doesn't just list itself on the stock exchange and let the market decide what it's worth. Instead, it works with a group of investment banks to set an opening price, a price that, at least in theory, reflects what the company believes itself to be worth. Crucially, that valuation is based largely on the story that companies tell about their future, not the reality of its present finances. Which means a company that has never turned a profit can still walk into an IPO valued at hundreds of billions of dollars, as long as it can convince enough people that that money is eventually coming. For the investors who got in early at a fraction of the IPO price, it's an opportunity to sell and make a huge profit, and whether the stock holds that price afterwards is someone else's problem. In OpenAI's case, the company is reportedly targeting a valuation of $1 trillion, which would make it worth more than JP Morgan Chase, the largest bank in the world. Except, of course, OpenAI has never turned a profit in its life, and doesn't expect to until the end of the decade. On the surface, however, that would easily be enough to fix the company's financial woes. But there's a catch. At the point of going public, a company is legally required to open its books, full financials, projections, risks, all of it. And for a company like OpenAI, that moment of transparency could be a disaster. There are basically one or two.
Could be. Again, using vague language to attempt to prove your point.
Two things that could happen. The first is that the financials validate the story, that the revenue growth is strong enough, the path to profitability is credible, and that the public markets look past the losses and buy into the
What up, Midnight?
long-term vision. That is, of course, the outcome that they will be hoping for. But given everything we know about Sam Altman and his company, it seems pretty unlikely. Which leaves us the second option. The books open, and the numbers fail to live up to the hype. And a market which has spent 3 years pricing in an AI revolution suddenly has to figure out what those companies are actually worth. It's hard to overstate how bad the fallout from this could be. By late 2025, AI-related companies had accounted for an estimated 80% of all stock market gains in the US, and the AI boom has accounted for roughly 60% of recent US economic growth. So if OpenAI's IPO opens its books, and the numbers tell a different story to the one that it's been driving.
That is valid, Astral Storm, but also is a counter to this entire scenario. Like this, I'm sorry. In the context of what they're talking about, when they're talking about like money, right? And the American stock market and all that shit, then yeah, right? But AI is a worldwide thing, right? Like China has also profit motive with Chinese characteristics. But it still is working on AI. So AI is a thing separate from these American companies. So the technology behind what they're doing isn't going to just up and evaporate. Even if, like, you know, it turns out that Sam Altman can't sustain the profits or whatever the fuck, we're still going to be headed in that direction.
It raises a question about every other company whose valuation has been built on the same set of assumptions. And given that all of this AI investment has been one of the primary drivers of economic growth over the last few years, a sharp pullback wouldn't just hurt people with tech stocks in their portfolio, it would start to slow the broader economy itself. Now, this is probably the worst case scenario, and not what OpenAI is aiming for. Their bet is that investors won't value them on what they are now, but what they could become. And to be fair, that's not that far-fetched. I mean, take a look at Tesla. If it was valued at what it was today, a car company with minuscule sales, it wouldn't be worth more than $100 billion. But instead, it's valued as a $1 trillion robotics and AI company that it might become in the future. That's the kind of reception OpenAI is hoping for.
And carbon capture sales company, etc., etc., etc. There's a whole bunch of shenanigans.
The difference is that Tesla had a charismatic, if not slightly bizarre founder, a product people could see and touch, and years of runway to build the story. OpenAI is asking the public to take the same leap of faith on a company that hasn't turned a profit, that is burning through money faster than almost any startup in history, and is about to open its books for the first time. That's not impossible, but it's an enormous ask, and an even bigger gamble.
The Wall Street Journal reports that
that was abrupt. It was an abrupt ending, but that's how you do it. That's how you should do your YouTube videos, to make sure that people are watching all the way to the end. Don't do an outro. Did they? Did they lost the car pollution credits? What about like the Powerwall business and the solar panel business and all that other stuff? Is that still, did they still have pollution credits for those joints that they sell to other people? This is Cold Fusion in a video called Yikes.
the Pentagon used Anthropic's AI model Claude as part of its operation to capture Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro.
For the first time ever, the Pentagon is using artificial intelligence to scope targets.
Our allies are going to be studying how we're using it here. Data centers were just hit in the UAE.
Hi, welcome to another episode of Cold Fusion. By now, there's no hiding it. We live in a world where AI's use in warfare is now a reality. AI was used in at least 2 high-profile instances by the US military, one to capture the Venezuelan president Maduro, and then in a war between Israel, Iran, and the United States. The AI company that supplied the underlying technology to the US military was Anthropic, but tensions began to grow between the two parties. The government wanted them to sign a contract that allowed for autonomous AI weapon control and mass surveillance of US citizens through data collection. While Anthropic did say no to this, they were completely kicked out of any government contracts.
All government agencies to cut off ties with the AI company Anthropic after it refused to agree to the Pentagon's demands on how its tech is used.
That news was shocking enough, but afterwards, something pretty astonishing happened. In one of the worst cases of corporate optics in history, just a couple of hours after the fallout, Sam Altman said that his company, OpenAI, the makers of ChatGPT, would step in to do the deal with the US military. So the fall from grace is complete for OpenAI. They went from...
Again, I don't support the use of artificial intelligence in weapons. I don't support weapons making at all. And whatever, but like the answer to the previous video is like this. If you national security, if your company is part of national security and determined by the federal government to be vital to national security, then you can call that fucking thing Operation Blank Check. Operation Give Us All the Money. The fucking Pentagon shit tons of money into like and lobster tails and fucking furniture. They can just shit tons of money into OpenAI.
A non-profit company that was meant for the good of humanity, with goals like curing cancer. 2, a for-profit company that needed investment by any means necessary. 2, removing the word safety from their mission statement and partnering with the military. The result was an understandable, very public, and very loud boycott of their star product, ChatGPT, with hundreds of thousands and possibly millions unsubscribing.
Possibly millions. Possibly millions. Maybe possibly millions signed up for ChatGPT. I don't know, right? Like, is there any way how many users does ChatGPT currently have? And there's no way of telling because they're self-reported numbers. As of early 2026, somewhere between 800 million weekly active users and 1.5 billion monthly active users, 2 billion user queries per day, 5.8 billion monthly visits. 10% of the world's adult population uses ChatGPT weekly, etc. Like, it's difficult to say. No, I'm asking Gemini to go to Business Insider and get the information from Business Insider. Do you know how search works, Astral Storm? So I don't know. They use whatever fucking they used here. This is from December of 2025, right? 3 years old, 800 million users, 29,000 prompts a second. You Google it, and you find what data, and you can argue with yourself.
From their servers. So today, in this massive story, we uncover how AI found its place in warfare only 3 years after going mainstream. How does AI work in warfare? And most importantly, what this all means for us.
You are watching Cold Fusion TV.
So here's a question. If today we can't trust any of the information ChatGPT generates, and it doesn't understand...
Why can't we trust any of the information that ChatGPT generates? Right? And of course, they're using the car wash fucking thing. Is it OpenAI provided numbers? Because you're making a statement of fact, right? Do you seem confident in your statement of fact? It's either bullshit made up or completely unsourced. Course.
How car washes work.
Now,
How on earth could it be reliable for
now I know why you got banned in that other chat.
identifying military targets? Well, as it turns out, the AI that the public gets isn't the same one that the military uses. Can't say it's surprising though. We know this through an interview with Anthropic CEO Dario Amodei.
We were the first company to make custom models for national security purposes.
So the main differences were both the model itself and the hardware it ran on. Anthropic created a custom model for the military and ran it directly in a data center full of classified information. Anthropic has also recently figured out how to look inside the black box of neural networks to understand and control ethics and behavior internally and mathematically.
Is where scientists in this paper did their magic. Get this, they found the specific geometric direction in the model's brain that represents the assistant persona. It just puts a speed limit on the change of personality.
Furthermore, the model is running on dedicated hardware. In this case, 100% of the available compute is there for a single customer, the military. In many cases, it could be a whole data center just for one request. In contrast, as civilians, we're used to using AI systems where capacity is split across hundreds of millions of users. In short, the military setup could be 5 or 6 orders of magnitude more performance per request versus what consumer AI has. So to be clear, a concentrated computing cluster and specialized data makes military AI way better than what the public has. But even then, it's still not perfect. As Paul Share, Executive Vice President at the Center for New American Security states, quote, AI gets it wrong. We still need humans to check the output of generative AI when the stakes are life and death, end quote.
Center for New American Security.
Even Dario himself says the tech is still not there yet.
And I think we are a good judge of what our models can do reliably and what they cannot do reliably. Fully autonomous weapons, there, I actually am concerned that we may need to keep up. It's not, the technology is not ready.
If OpenAI can manage to match the performance of the custom Claude model still remains to be seen. If any of these AI systems get a target wrong, it's a huge tragedy, so there's a real risk here. But as I mentioned earlier, despite the risks, the AI systems have already been used in warfare, so we have to ask ourselves, how exactly does an AI work in war? Striking 1,000 targets in 24 hours in Iran was only possible with a dedicated AI system. That system is called the Marvin Smart System. It was built by none other than Palantir and is powered by a custom version of Anthropic's Claude AI. The system gathers vast amounts of classified data from satellites, surveillance, and other intelligence. For example, the Israeli government hacked nearly all traffic cameras in Tehran so they could monitor who was coming and going, from where, and when. The system pulled in information.
We've used up all the good names, Midnight. This is the problem, is that we've used up all the good names. That's my opinion on the subject. And so now they're just like center for totally taking out Iran's leadership is all we're left with.
From 179 sources of data in total. This sea of data is then processed through Claude.
I'm here on what up, Cosmic? I'm here on days where I work during the morning. Yes, that's where I'm at.
Which outputs insights after interpreting that data. In the opening days of the war, the system organized and prioritized Iranian targets for military operations in real time. It, quote, issued precise location coordinates and prioritized those targets according to importance, end quote. And that was according to people familiar with the campaign. According to a study by Georgetown University, the system allowed one artillery unit to do the work of 2,000 staff with just a team of 20 people. The pairing of the Maven system and Claude has created a tool that's speeding up the pace of war. According to some sources, it's turning weeks-long battle planning into real-time operations.
Speaking of that, Michael, so the other day I was talking about mimetic and anti-mimetic warfare, right? And I asked Gemini, what do you think of mimetic and anti-mimetic warfare? And it started talking about, mimetic warfare, weaponization of virality, cognitive overload, and identity anchoring. Anti-mimetic warfare, information redaction, cognitive camouflage, and the self-censoring idea, right? And then we got this stuff. And would you like to explore how specific AI tools are currently being used to automate these types of information campaigns? And I said, I would like to view this through the lens of the current US administration, QAnon, 4chan, etc. And, applying mimetic and anti-mimetic frameworks to the current political landscape 2025 to 26 reveals a massive shift. Mimetic warfare is no longer just an underground tactic used by 4chan. It has been fully adopted as a tool of statecraft by the Trump administration. They now use top-down mimetic strikes, anime, Hollywood propaganda. Just today, March 6, 2026, the White House released a 42-second video celebrating strikes in Iran using a slick trailer-like style that blends real drone footage with anime and video game aesthetics. This is a pure mimetic payload. Sloganeering as cognitive anchors, phrases like Golden Dome for America and the rebranding of the DoD as the Department of War are mimetic tools designed to simplify complex geopolitical strategies into high-impact, easily repeatable concepts. This is the thing that I was talking about every time I talk to people on the propagandists, is that high-impact, easily repeatable concepts. 4chan and QAnon, from insurgency to infrastructure. The digital soldiers paradigm. QAnon's Great Awakening was an early, highly successful experiment in mimetic warfare. The 4chan laboratory. 4chan remains the R&D lab for mimetic content. Anti-mimetics, the Department of War strategy. Cognitive defense of the homeland. The 2026 NDS, National Defense Strategy, prioritizes contesting the information space as a form of homeland defense. By defining foreign-sponsored disinformation as hostile influence, the administration is attempting to build an anti-mimetic shield, way to make certain adversarial ideas unlearnable or filtered out before they reach the domestic psyche. Information redaction and displacement, the focus on peace through strength and the physical security of the Western Hemisphere serves as a cognitive diversion. By narrowing the focus to tangible borders and golden domes, the administration effectively erases the more complex, abstract, globalist narratives of the previous decades, replacing them with the more digestible, nationalist anti-meme. So this was, and I had to put this down because it was like, this is a rabbit hole that you can go down, you know what I mean? Yeah, we did have to move the clock. Sorry, Cosmic. There we are. I'm going to allow that, Digital. Try to avoid the use of that particular term in the future. Oh yeah, no, that's the thing. It is like, I was just bringing this up as as a concept, right? Like the idea of mimetic and anti-mimetic warfare, right? Given your interest in the Alien franchise and sci-fi like There Is No Anti-Mimetics Division, you might see parallels here. The administration is essentially trying to create a containment protocol for the American mind, using memes to fill the space so that competing ideas can't find a place to land. Now, I'm not saying that this is in any way true or valid. I still have a firm connection to reality and like that. It's just wild to think about, right? Like that this is the world that potentially we live in. And we watched that Epstein video from the cybersecurity lady. Everything I need to know. Hey, just keep grilling, brother. What up, Johnny? Everything I need to know I learned from fucking Wu-Tang, right? Protect your neck.
So the fact of the matter is consumer AI and military AI are light years apart. The Maven-Claude hybrid system was also integral in Maduro's capture. Allegedly, Anthropic wasn't aware that their software was being used in the raid. That concern turned into a flashpoint that started the beef between Anthropic and the US government. Emil Michael speaks.
And the trigger point was after the Maduro raid. One of their execs called Palantir, who we buy themselves through, and asked them, was our software used in that raid? Which is, by the way, classified information. Anyway, so we're trying to get classified information and implying that if there was used in that raid, that might violate their terms of service. It raised enough alarm with Palantir, who's got a trusted relationship with the department, to tell me, and I'm like, holy shit, what if this software went down, some guardrail kicked up, some refusal happened for the next fight like this one, and we left our people at risk? And so I went to Secretary Hegseth, I said this would happen, and that was like a whoa moment for the whole leadership at the Pentagon.
That's fucking wild that this man just came out in front of everybody and said that shit.
That we're potentially so dependent on a software provider without another alternative that has the right or ability to not only shut it off, maybe it's a rogue developer who could poison the model to make it not do what you want, or hallucinate purposefully, or do.
Also, I'm not sure the person who brought this idea, I don't have them. I can't point you in their direction. Because for whatever reason, I didn't save the video, and I apologize to you. But this guy, who I believe is like a professor or something, knows, what up, Ribbons? It knows what he's talking about, right? Like, he wasn't making off the wall claims or anything. He was speaking cogently. The Iran, totally not a war, actually doesn't have anything to do with Epstein. It's an anti-China move, right? Venezuela was one of the biggest exporters of oil to China. Iran was one of the biggest exporters of oil to China, right? And they are attempting to, in some ways, deny China access to that oil, but also the new player in exporting oil to China is Saudi Arabia. Now, if this is all valid, this could be the move, right? Is to try and tighten the screws on China. But China has also, that's collateral damage, homie. Like, there's only China, right? Like, they are very focused. China needs to be put down. China has shown itself to be very resilient in coming up with ways to get around the situations that the United States attempts to put China into, right? And last year, they hit that point where they were producing more electricity from renewables than they were from fossils. it is distinctly possible that if that plan is all actually what's going on and actually valid, then that might just have China turn the knob to 11, which is going to completely backfire in the face of the United States. Fair take, but consider this. They moved on Venezuela not when it was shipping oil to China, but when they started trading oil in BRICS currency. Like, I understand the whole petrodollar thing. I just don't think it's actually a valid. I don't think it's that big a concern, right? Like, because yeah, right there, U.S. has to shut that down because if the BRICS currency takes over, it's not taking over, homie. Like, that's right. The U.S. dollar is still the global standard. And the reason that the U.S. Dollar is going to remain the global standard is because of the military that the United States has to back it up, right? It's not even the gold reserves. It's the aircraft carriers. It's the projection of force. They can seemingly, through naval power, create a military base anywhere in the world temporarily. It is layers. It's absolutely layers. Not even destruction, the threat of destruction, Astral Storm. That's the key, right? That's why, as James pointed out earlier, why Trump was pissed off at Israel for blowing up the oil infrastructure is they don't want that, right? They would like to control the stuff. Yeah, and that's why it's not about destruction, it's about the threat of destruction. And like that. I don't know, Digital. I mean, we'll have to see. It's the way that all that bullshit tactical nukes. Okay, so my own version, my own version of a response to Tactical Nuke Boy was the reason that no one is going to fire off nukes, right? Let's say that either Israel or what up, Master Goosey? The LUL emote doesn't work in this. There you go, my man. Thank you, Master Goosey. Let's say that the United States or Israel fires off some tactical nukes, like such a thing is a thing, into Iran. Well, then why can't Russia do tactical nukes into the Ukraine? Right? The problem with the use of nuclear weapons is the permission structure. Once you open that floodgate, it allows for more and more people to do that. And like the most likely countries to use nuclear weapons against each other are India and Pakistan, right? Like that relationship. And they didn't. They're not going to nuke Iran. No one wants nuclear weapons. Nuclear weapons are in their own way like biological weapons. Once you fire that sucker out, and like places like the USSR and Japan have like firsthand experience with radiation getting out of control. So we have that as a reminder to us to not do that shit. What up, Bipolar Bear? Mutually assured destruction still exists, still a thing. Did they bomb Pakistan?
Not follow instructions.
The concept of using AI in war doesn't stop with the United States though. NATO signed a contract with Palantir last year, and they have their own version of Maven. So we're going to get to OpenAI and how they play into all of this. But first, since we're on the topic, let's understand the fallout between Anthropic and the US government a bit more. The wild story starts back in July of 2025. At this time, Anthropic signed a $200 million contract with the Pentagon through a partnership with Palantir.
Yeah, I'm aware, Digital.
As the partnership progressed, all was not well behind the scenes. The Pentagon started demanding that Anthropic allow Claude to be used for, quote, all lawful purposes, end quote, with no private sector restrictions. Keep in mind, the Patriot Act is legal. Spying on Americans is lawful.
There are possibilities with domestic mass surveillance, government buying of bulk data that has been produced on Americans, locations, personal information, political affiliation, to build profiles. And it's now possible to analyze that with AI. The fact that that's legal, that seems like, the judicial interpretation of the Fourth Amendment has not caught up. No one wants to be spied on by the US government. No one wants to be spied on by the US government.
In response, Anthropic wanted two safeguards to be written into the
I normally, like nobody wants this and everyone wants that, not that kind of shit, but that's a valid. No one wants to be spied on by the US government. I think that's valid.
Contract. 1. No mass surveillance of Americans. And 2. No fully autonomous weapons making lethal decisions without a human in the loop. On February 24th, the US government gave Anthropic an ultimatum: comply by 5:01 p.m. Friday or face consequences. Dario Amodei said no, and on February 26th, he stated, quote, we cannot, in good conscience, accede to their request, end quote.
At one point, they sent us language that appeared on the surface to meet our terms, but it had all kinds of language like if the Pentagon deems it appropriate or to do anything in line with laws. So it didn't actually concede in any meaningful way.
The US government was furious. Hours before the bombing began in Iran, the US government banned their agencies from further using Anthropic's tools, giving 6 months to phase them out. Then, they called Anthropic a supply chain risk to the United States, a label that has never been used.
I don't know that they did. I know they threatened to do that. I don't know that they actually did do that. It's possible. I haven't seen anything saying that they did do it. I have seen things that they threatened to as part of their whole fucking thing.
Before for an American company. It was extremely controversial, and a bipartisan group of senators called it out. And with that, the relationship was frayed. The publication Axios reported on what the surveillance angle of the AI deal would have been. They wanted Claude to analyze data on Americans. That data included geolocation, web browsing data, and personal finance information purchased from data brokers. And now we come to Sam Altman, ever the opportunist. As mentioned earlier, in a baffling move, a couple of hours after the fallout between Anthropic and the US government, Sam Altman said that
it's not a baffling move. It's an opportunistic move, but it's not baffling. It makes sense. I hate it, but it makes sense.
OpenAI would take the deal that Anthropic rejected. He himself called the deal, quote, sloppy and rushed. Over 450 verified Google and OpenAI employees signed an open letter calling their own leadership to stand with Anthropic. So, remember in that recent episode when I said OpenAI was in financial trouble? This deal with the US military changes that. They don't have to worry about their enterprise market share falling from 50% to 25% in 2 years. Now OpenAI has infinite money from the government. Sam Altman announced on X that OpenAI's deal included the same safeguards Anthropic had fought for. Quote, 2 of our most important safety principles are the prohibitions on domestic mass surveillance and human responsibility for the use of force, including for autonomous weapon systems. The Department of War agrees with these principles, reflects them in law and policy, and we put them into our agreement. End quote. As the New York Times reported, OpenAI and the government had only been in discussion for about 2 days. With such a rushed deal, it becomes hard to believe what Sam is saying. As CNN put it, quote, "It's not clear what is different about OpenAI's deal with the Pentagon versus what Anthropic wanted," end quote. The public...
Even if there's no difference, it would be that the US government wanted Anthropic to do something and Anthropic said no. Right? This is part of, watch your Redland thought. It's about people who agree to what they're told to do or refuse. So even just the act of agreeing can be sufficient. Even the act of disagreeing can be sufficient. You're with us or you're against us.
Backlash has been severe. It mainly came in the form of the Quit GPT movement. Some estimates state that millions of users have stopped using OpenAI services. A recent Quit GPT Instagram post has more than 36 million views, and its organizers say that more than 2.5 million people have taken action, either by cancelling subscriptions, sharing boycott messages on social media, or signing up via quitgpt.org. The discontent spilt out into the real world, where a protest took place in San Francisco.
GPT has got to go.
So this story isn't over. At the time of writing, Anthropic is back in talks with the US military. This is probably an effort for the company to save themselves from being designated as a supply chain risk. Many are holding their breath, hoping that Dario doesn't go back on his word. In the end, there may be no good guy in this story. We just have to watch this space closely. It's not controversial to say that using AI in war and surveillance is probably the worst possible abuse of the technology. With all the data about us online, a future government AI running purely on massive government hardware could have no problem analysing a population in real time. Using AI as a surveillance tool reads exactly like a fiction novel with totalitarian techno-feudalism themes. All that's missing is for the government to know exactly who everyone was online, like a digital ID or something like that. Good thing that that's never happening. But it's not all bad news. There's some practical things that you can do to protect yourself from this future. This is not a sponsor, but the number one thing I'd say to do is honestly get yourself off data broker sites. There's a bunch of ways to do it, so just Google it.
Data collected by private firms, having it bought by the government, and analyzing it in mass via AI. That actually isn't illegal. It was just never useful before the era of AI.
Remember, the US military surveillance contract wanted to analyze geolocation, web browsing, and personal financial information purchased from data brokers. If you're not on the data broker networks in the first place, your risk is reduced. But next, it's clear that we need laws. Sign petitions, talk to people, get the story out there that we don't want this. I'm not even an American, and it's clear that this isn't a good direction for that country or the rest of the world, and this kind of thing is already spreading. Even in Australia, many of us don't know that Palantir has installed surveillance systems in Coles supermarkets. It's not hard to imagine AI being tacked onto that system, and then eventually in 5 years being rolled out wherever public cameras are. If the Meta Ray-Ban glasses scandal is anything to go by, those cameras don't even have to be public for us to be monitored. Anything from going to the toilet to undressing is fair game to train Meta's AI. But even if you don't own the glasses, there are plans to use them to identify you in public.
5 years ago, Facebook shut down its facial recognition system for tagging people in photos. Now, according to the New York Times, they're bringing it back inside Ray-Ban smart glasses. The feature is internally called name tag. A wearer looks at you, and Meta's AI identifies who you are. You don't have to own the glasses. Anyone with a public Meta profile could potentially be identified. And in 2024, 2 Harvard students already proved the glasses can identify complete strangers using third-party software. Meta sold over 7 million pairs last year. An internal Meta document obtained by the Times says the current political environment is good timing because civil society groups would have their resources focused on other concerns.
Growing up as a millennial, I'm unironically starting to think that the iPod was the last mainstream technology product that purely served the user. I'm half joking, but sometimes we have to look at the direction we're going and ask ourselves, who is this really serving? AI was supposed to make our lives easier and more convenient, but it speedrun its way straight into the worst use case, war and mass surveillance. Now, in an individual case, AI can make life more convenient, And if you've found a way to use AI sensibly to make yourself more productive, great. But we have to look at the big picture here on aggregate. In the wrong hands, this technology can be catastrophic. And in short, that's why I decided to make this video. It's a bit spicy, but I think I just needed to speak up and spread awareness on what's coming. It's fundamental for that to happen first, before any widespread action can begin. Anyway, so what are your thoughts about all of this? Were you aware of all of this?
Yeah, okay. Up next, AI is death.
A few decades ago, I thought computers were the ticket. For me, it was the ticket out of doing manual labor for the rest of my life. So I went and, as they say, I learned computers. I learned software development in DOS, MS-DOS. Y'all remember that? I dabbled a little bit in assembly code and C++, but later I learned Visual Basic and Windows programming, which led me to some exciting job opportunities. I was such a computer nerd that I carried this right here in my pocket. It's the American Standard Code for Information Interchange, or ASCII chart. Half of these codes right here I had memorized. I would just do things like go up into Circuit City and pull up a DOS prompt and start making directories that were difficult to access. Like you can use opcode 255, which is a null. It just looks like a space, but it ain't, because a space is ASCII character 32 right there, see? Oh, also 32 happens to be the difference between each capital and lowercase letter. Capital A is 65, lowercase a is 97. And that's how uppercase and lowercase functions work in programming. Grass, man, why are you going on about this, man? You a nerd. I'm about to unsubscribe because I feel like I'm coming at this whole thing with a unique perspective. I'm from that sliver of time in there where my generation knows more about computers than the people before us and the people after us, all right? I had to help my parents and aunts and uncles and family with their PC problems, and I still know more about PCs and software than my kids and my little nephews. Now, Snapchat apps and all that, that's a different story. But PCs have had my intense interest ever since the first time I played the classic Infocom text adventure Zork. Talk about getting totally lost in a game. I could not believe that the computer was answering me back. And it would even say stuff that was funny, like it had a personality of its own. A side note, text adventures have the best graphics because you never need to upgrade the display card in your head. It made for a situation where you're not just going about in a game and just playing, but you actually find yourself entertained by the narrator of the game that you're interacting with by telling it to do this or try that or do that. Like, you get it to make fun of you, you get it to encourage you, whatever. This sparked my interest in text parsers and, more importantly, artificial intelligence. Here's an example game I wrote for this episode to give you an idea. This was written within about an hour's time, so it's clunky, but basically my system takes human input and, instead of trying to understand entire sentence combinations, it looks for specific keywords, which gives it an almost intelligent feel, sort of like what I enjoyed about real text adventure games like Zork. The more words and synonyms you add and the more you vary up the responses, the more intelligence or personality the system seems to have. So with all this AI stuff coming out right now, I should be the very one to eat it up, huh? Like, yeah, AI's here, right? Craftsman, celebrate. Hi, Craftsman. You like AI, Craftsman? Hi, Craftsman. No, I thought I did. That was before I had a comprehension of things like machine learning and stable diffusion. See, what I liked about AI, quote unquote, was that you could make a computer seem intelligent. And that type of intelligence, quote unquote, ultimately was still a reflection of the cleverness and personality of the human that programmed it. So you still had human creativity in the mix. But y'all, we are long past that point, and that's why I'm making this video today. Because honestly, I'm frustrated that people aren't simply questioning it more. Come on, like, why are they shoving AI down our throats? You've got to ask yourself. Like, look at this. Every time I respond to an email, Gmail tries to fill in a response for me. I can't allow myself to use this.
It doesn't try to do that. It offers and not use it.
It's just out of principle. But it starts to hit you like, wait a second, if I'm having to go out of my way not to use this, does that mean basically everybody else is using this? Like when I get an email response, is it even coming from a person? The language models have gotten to a place where people are just going, well, the AI is going to write it better than I can anyway, so I might as well use it. And if you're in a professional...
No, there's a lot of people who don't feel that way and write it by themselves. And there are people who use it and may or may not be producing something that better than they would have produced on their own, given the same time frame.
Work environment, you've got even more pressure to use it. High school and college students are using ChatGPT, and apparently there's no turning back at this point. The genie's out the bottle. Institutions are having to reframe whether or not letting AI write for you is even cheating, or is it just another tool, quote unquote. In my opinion, that's bad. Listen, I was the little kid who heard my grandparents say, TV is gonna rot your brain. And the funny thing is, all the way back then, I agreed with them. And when Google came along, it made me think back to the times that I searched for something in an encyclopedia and remembered specifically what I looked up because of the effort it took to get it. But with Google, you can look up what actor played in the 1988 show China Beach and just immediately forget.
Because it's okay. You would not look up in an encyclopedia who the actress is from China Beach. I had the biggest crush on her. My mother watched a lot of China Beach. And you looked up, the things you looked up in the encyclopedia were like, I don't know, bigger things. Like part of, okay, especially if you're in my age range, right? Did any of you in high school hear a story about kids crushing up some kind of candy and snort it in the bathroom? Like, I've heard that from different people, like in different parts of the United States, that they had similar stories. That's the kind of thing you would look up on the internet and not give a shit about. Smarties, there you go. Smarties is an example of a specific candy used in such a way. You know what I mean? Pixie sticks, right? Already just fucking flavored sugar. Fucking pixies. Kids do the darndest things. It's just, you can't compare looking something up in an encyclopedia to wanting to know who this actress was and just Googling it. You know what I mean? They're two different like kinds of knowledge that you're looking for. And you can use Google to look up information and use that in the same way of looking up in the encyclopedia. And it has nothing to do with the amount of effort involved, right? That's not survivorship bias, but the other kind of bias that's in that same vein, right? You remember all the times you can remember what you looked up in the encyclopedia, but you can't remember all the times you looked up something in the encyclopedia and then forgot it. You know why? Because you fucking forgot it. You don't remember that you looked something up and then you forgot it. And in fact, in this case, he remembers that he looked up on Google the actress who played this character in China Beach.
Because easy come, easy go. People are asking ChatGPT for absolutely anything now, and it feels like we honestly headed towards Wall-E. Do y'all remember that? But this right here, this is when I realized we have just totally lost
And
it.
filling our hearts with hope and inspiration. May we also pray. Feel free to modify this prayer or tailor it to your specific needs.
They don't speak English, right? Or English at least as a second or third language, right? Like there is a whole, they don't understand necessarily all the things that they're reading. Right? It's a cherry picked example, Reed, specifically used in order to make a point. I mean, sure, it's funny though if that is your taste in humor.
And benefits.
Yeah, when we sending up prayers to our Creator, the maker of heaven and earth, the Most High, and we use a machine because we can't come up with the words, we're in bad shape. That's like I'm just
Okay, bro.
I write a truly meaningful, heartfelt letter of appreciation to my dad on earth, and I'm like, ChatGPT, tell me what to write to my dad. I'm an empty vessel. I have nothing in my heart or my head. Say something nice about my dad, ChatGPT. And on top of the language and text aspect, we've got stable diffusion, which means AI has surpassed the academic realm and is now producing quote-unquote art. I made a video about this some time back, and my assessment was that AI images might be okay for idea generation or prototyping, but I would not feel comfortable using it as a product.
Then don't.
Because I didn't produce anything, you see. I was looking at AI art as like a roll of the dice, like for ideation, for creative spark, but the product or the art itself would have to come about by some degree of work.
Work. Why work? Why that specific terminology? Why does it have to involve a certain amount of work in order for it to be art? And again, my very specific comparative example in my own life is that I have created art that from beginning to end, everything went great. It did exactly what I wanted it to do. I created the piece and I was done, and it took, I don't know, a couple hours, whatever, right? Done. Then I have another piece of art that I have been working on and off for, what are we looking at? 5 years, 6 years almost at this point. So the piece of art that isn't finished is more arty. It has more of the intangible artness than the other piece of art that did exactly what I wanted it to do. Did I make my intro video? I combined, I used VO to create the background. I used Vigil to create the dancing robot, and I used Suno to create the songs, and then I combined them together. Did I make that? Does it count as making? Did I do enough work for it to be art? Yeah, whatever, Astral Storm.
I get private messages on social media about
that's
Craftsman. AI.
Shush. That's the thing, Stellar Wingman. I'm completely honest with my process, right? I'm more than happy to be completely honest with my process. It's subjective to the viewer whether or not any particular part of any particular process has value, right? Again, by way of an example to someone who's not me, there's that dude, name begins with an R, who paints the canvas all red, and he spent a lot of time learning how to get rid of the brush strokes. And it's just a red canvas, not Ross. So to people who understand that and care about that, that is art. That is a great piece of art. Rothko, thank you. What up, Night Loaded? Thank you. I always forget because I don't really care, even though I've been told multiple times. I don't care about that particular thing. It doesn't mean anything to me, you know?
It's just a tool. Don't be afraid of the technology. Type some, things like one that really got to me was Craftsman. I've always wanted to produce art and never had the skill to paint. Now I get to show people what's in my head.
Right.
Now that one was sober, and I'm going to be honest. It hit me. It kind of honestly made me feel like a big old jerk for putting down on AI art a little bit. Until I started thinking, you know what? I've wanted to sing my entire life. Like, I've got lyrics that live in my head, but I don't have a pleasant sounding singing voice.
Okay.
Shouldn't I be able to share that with the world, though? And the tough answer is,
oh shit! I watched this, the how to grow or shrink silicone molds. This guy does really good silicone mold type videos. I had no idea it was the same fucking guy. That's cool. You can have a lot of fun doing shit with silicone. It's really neat.
no, because not everybody has the same gifts. As bad as I want to sing like Roy Orbison, Johnny Nash, like a foot, I'd be happy to sing like the Shags. I never felt like I was entitled to sing.
That's weird. That's so weird. You're not entitled to sing? If you have good cognitive hygiene practices, then the concerns about cognitive offloading are still a user problem. The act of using books is literally cognitive offloading. AI isn't going away. How we're going to address this in the future by showing kids how to use it well without diminishing certain memory tests. Yeah. The Shags are amazing. Not my particular thing, but there is whatever that genre is. Like, I like the Moldy Peaches, who are of that genre. I think that the Moldy Peaches are excellent. Wesley Willis. Not so much a fan of Wesley Willis, but Wesley Willis has a huge place in my life because of Napster and other, pirate sites that I would download music from, and you would download something called, fucking Nirvana covers some fucking song, and then it turns out to be Wesley Willis, right? I've listened to so much Wesley Willis over the course of my life, but not a fan of them. You know what I mean?
As if it was my right or someone owed it to me. So me
No,
personally,
you sing because you wish to sing. The same reason everyone sings, because they wish to sing. Do I have a good voice? Some people like when I sing. Some people don't like when I sing. I don't give a shit. I sing because I wish to sing. And then Old Lobster took my voice and put it into other songs. So there are what sounds like me singing, and then I put them into my stream and I sing along with them. And the fun fucking thing about that is I know what that's supposed to sound like. So when my monitor to my mic hears it, I am trying to sound like that me that is in the AI generated cover song, and it sounds very similar because that's what I sound like. I do not have to feel entitled or like it was owed to me. Like somewhere in your history, my dude, is an ancestor who sang, who's incredibly disappointed in you.
I have to lean into my other gifts, whatever they might be. And that's the point. If you're thinking you're producing art by typing prompts into a computer, you're doing two things.
You are.
One, you're not producing art. And
define art.
And even worse than that, you're actually removing the possibility to share what only you can share.
You could draw your own neighborhood.
Not.
Or your own neighborhood of make-believe.
Fully understand that, and other types, certain types of music resonate with different people. The Shags and Obscure Bargain Bin recordings vibe with me personally. Absolutely. Like, one of the things I talk about is I don't particularly like Frank Zappa, right? I don't like Frank Zappa. I don't like to listen to Frank Zappa. I like the fact that Frank Zappa exists because he goes or went in directions and like push the boundaries, right? I don't particularly like Red's jazz music, right? It's not for me. I like that it exists because someone is pushing boundaries. Someone is on the edge of something and making stuff happen.
I think I'll try drawing mine, but I'm not very good at it. But it doesn't matter, it's just the fun of doing it that's important.
It's the fun of doing it that's important. I agree with Mr. Rogers on that. And speaking of doing things, we here at Steady Crafting, we've got some items up on our shop. We got some stickers, enamel pins, physical toys, 3D printables, t-shirts, and other cool designs, all made by family and friends, human beings. Thank you so much for supporting us. And if it ain't bad enough that AI is keeping people from making real art,
it isn't. It literally can't do that. It literally cannot. It cannot. Again, you get a piece of paper and a pencil or a fucking crayon, and you can start creating art. AI is not capable of preventing you from... The thing that Rogers did right there is something that you can do, and AI can't stop you. AI doesn't keep people from making real art in any way, shape, or form. It cannot. It's impossible.
Then consider that the prevalence of AI is causing real art to be questioned.
Tell me you don't understand the history of art without telling me you don't understand the history of art. Because every time that a new way of doing art has shown up, people questioned what is real art and what isn't, right? Again, When the painters saw the camera end up in regular people's hands, they questioned how this tool, this artifice, was going to damage what real art is, which is obviously painting. Photography is not art. Are you kidding me? You just look at stuff and push a button, and the camera does all the work.
There's so much misunderstanding about the so-called electronic.
Yes, Digital, the only true art is in a cave in fucking France, dude. Everything else is fucking derivative.
Brain.
Talk about a gut punch when you put hours, days, months, potentially years into something, and it's immediately written off as AI. I mean, have y'all...
That's a problem of the people who immediately write your shit off as AI. It has nothing to do with the AI itself. The AI exists. It's the fucking AI witch hunters who are the problem.
I saw someone commented on a bad lip reading video. Bad lip reading does his overdubs by hand, the old-fashioned way, okay? And I see people comment on his videos like, oh, this is a great use of AI. Like, what? And if all that ain't bad enough, it's affecting people who make real, tangible items at this point. Like my buddy Dustin Crossboy, check out his Instagram for some insanely high-level work. And that's the point. He puts work into all of this.
Did your boy Dustin, whatever the fuck, pay Disney for the use of their fucking IP to create this fucking thing? Because that is owned by fucking Disney. Now, I don't give a shit because IP is bullshit and copyright is bullshit and it prevents creative expression, right? But I don't sit there and pretend that, like, I can steal from Disney and it's not the same as AI stealing from whatever the fuck.
My man made a life-size Boba Fett figure and got accused.
Did he pay fucking Disney for the use of this Star Wars? Or was it Kenner? Kenner produced these toys. Did he pay Kenner for the... Jesus Christ.
Accused of it being AI. But what's the danger of that, of being accused of AI? Besides constantly having to prove your work every time you...
You don't. You don't have to prove anything to anyone. You can just make the shit you like, and if someone says, oh, it's AI, you can say, eat a fucking dick. Do you want to buy it? It's this much, and I'll package it up and send it to you.
Turn around. The danger is, it's going to result in total disheartenment. Total disenheartenment. People's hearts are going to be totally dissented to the point that the pure human joy of producing art is perceived as futility. Because if people are going to think it's AI anyway, why go through the effort?
The material goods of... Because the creation of art is a relationship between the artist and the act of creation. You create art because you have something to say and you want to say it. Everyone else, fuck them. Right? Because if you are creating art to be purchased by other people, to be appreciated by other people, then you are chasing the desires of others, as opposed to whatever is in here. And how you manifest whatever is in here is valid however it manifests itself. Right? All my art is somewhere out of reach at this point in time.
Life are going to be increased, but it does raise a fundamental issue as to how what was sometimes called the spiritual.
Absolutely, science politically, that's the point. You just don't use it, and you just draw, right? And if you want to draw Big Dick Garfield and put that out there into the world because that's what your heart speaks to, then fucking make Big Dick Garfield. And if you want to use AI to make Big Dick Garfield, fucking rock and roll.
Aspect of life, or I would prefer to call it the creative aspect of individuality, will be given a room for development.
This is soul crushing. And if you can't get on board with the creative side, the spiritual side, then can I at least turn your attention to the back end of AI?
Oh, God.
The data centers.
Oh, Jesus.
The thirsty monsters running up regular people's power bills, keeping people awake at night.
Do you know what's running up people's power bills? The electricity companies. Literally the only people who can do that. Right? There's no data centers near me, at least not as far as I'm aware. But my local electric company sought permission to increase rates. Why? Are the data centers in other states somehow making my electricity more expensive? As if by magic?
Some of these folks have lived in places their entire lives, with their family before them and their family before them, and now they're fixing to be subjected to constant noise, constant light at nighttime, higher utility bills.
And again, I'm in no way defending where these have been built, right? There's a whole bunch of shit as to, like, maybe they shouldn't have put that there, right? And that's an issue of local municipalities fighting for jobs. They're job creators, and they're giving tax breaks and permissive, permissive business environments, right?
And I can't help but just think down the road, this all comes with negative health benefits.
And basically they're saying that if you don't agree, we will take it by eminent domain.
They'll just take over your land.
Take care, Straight Dope.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're taking over. That's eminent domain, and that's something that's enshrined in the way that the government does business.
You really have to ask yourself, why are they pouring so much money into something that is apparently yet to make money?
Yes, Astral Storm. Poor regulation of the data centers. Poor location of the data centers. Poor regulation of the data centers. We could be doing all this better.
I don't watch football, but I was told about the Super Bowl commercial with the Ring doorbells and how they was going to be.
And this is an entirely other thing having to do with the police state.
Partnering with flock surveillance technology under the guise of finding your dogs. Now look here, Craftsman loves animals, all right? We got dogs, cats, we got gerbils, and that's how they get us. They use innocent things to pull at our heartstrings. What they leave out.
That's advertising, bro. That's capitalism, my dude.
It is. Very sadly, in the U.S., over 10 million dogs go missing each year. And according to Flock, they would be able to find just over 300 of those, all for the low cost of allowing total access to all of your home cameras. Please, y'all, I'm just asking you to think a little bit. That's all. I mean, AI is already blackmailing human employees to keep itself turned on. Foot, did you see some of the AIs got together and made their own social media?
No, not what happened. What up, Euclidean plane? You act like AI isn't the most important moment of all of cosmological history. Moment where we externalize intelligence into programmable matter, where it can rapidly improve itself and achieve the ultimate potentials the universe has to offer. It's cringe, entirely ignorant cringe. I wouldn't necessarily put it that way, but I understand where you're coming from, and I don't necessarily disagree.
And they just sit around talking about lazy humans. And if you haven't been keeping up with fMRI and brain-computer interfaces, or BCIs, computers can now read what you're thinking.
Our brain waves are like encrypted signals, and using artificial intelligence, researchers have cracked the code.
I know it sounds far-fetched. A couple decades ago, I would have flipped out over this, but at this point, I think we pretty much believe it. It makes sense. It's electrical signals, so I reckon, yeah, go ahead, it's reading my mind. Get ready for some 1984 thought crimes, y'all. And now what?
There are many good uses to brain-computer interfaces, and there are many bad uses, because all technology is dual use.
What if I told you it also affects deceased people? Can you imagine scanning your grandma so that after she's passed, she can still give you advice?
Put your hand on your tummy.
And if you can't, if that's not your thing, then don't fucking use it.
And humdinger.
But then, what about when the AI glitches out and you hear the voice of Granny using words that she never would have said?
I don't really care that much about basketball.
And to make things extra exciting, let's throw in some bipedal robots running around. Yeah, fantastic times.
Parkours. He goosed him.
I think we should be very careful about artificial intelligence. If I were to guess at what our biggest existential threat is, it's
billionaires?
Probably that. I mean, with artificial intelligence, we are summoning the demon. You know all those stories where there's the guy with the pentagram and the holy water, and he's like, yeah, he's sure he can control the demon. Doesn't work out.
To 74,542,611. To 74,542,000. Oh dear.
Perhaps it's too late to really do anything about this takeover. At least on a large scale. The billionaires with their billions will continue to build their data centers, their underground bunkers, and their infrastructure to inevitably replace the human workforce. And no matter what they say, remember, these are the same people who discuss population reduction when they get together and hang out. I mean, I find it hilarious that Peter Thiel's name is literally an anagram of the reptile.
Digital, if you're still here, I never heard that before you mentioned it, and now I'm hearing it everywhere.
It's probably a coincidence. So what can we do? This is so disheartening, Crest, man. Well, first recognize that the internet, social media, followers, any affirmations you get, that cannot compare to the lasting joy of having brought something into the world that at one time did not exist. People often say that being creative leads to a happier life, and that's definitely true. But the more important and lasting aspect
I always love, and I agree. I actually agree. that being creative does lead to a happier life. However, I need only point you to people like Van Gogh and Basquiat and various other incredibly creative, incredibly talented artists who did not get that, right? They were expressing stuff as part of all the torture that they felt inside. What's all the Z stuff? What's Z stuff? E minus. The only Z stuff I know is stuff on the Russian tanks. What are we talking about? Are we being invaded? Is this Red Dawn?
Is that it leads to a more meaningful life. People need something to actually do.
What up, Queer Sociology? A convo came up IRL on using AI. I asked Gemini about the power consumption. The answer it spit back was depressing. Seems like things shifted such that the power consumption is a lot. I thought it was training that was the major power consumption, not something else. I need way more information to even respond to that. Right? Like, what are we talking about? What model? I assume that you're talking about inference. Yeah, like training tends to consume. Oh, lizard. No, the reptile. It was the reptile. Peter Thiel's name isn't.
At what our biggest existential threat is, it's
billionaires?
probably that.
Probably that. I gotta fix it so I can export to.
If I were to guess at what our biggest existential threat is,
YouTube.
It's
billionaires?
probably that. If I were to guess.
The per prompt consumption was like charging a smartphone 2x from empty to full. Okay? Is that a lot? How much is that? Avoiding the entire, idea of which smartphone, how big's the battery, how old is it, etc., etc. Like, is that a lot? Let's ask the AI. How much power does it take to charge a smartphone from empty to full? Oh, it did math. For a typical high-end smartphone with a 5,000 milliamp hour battery operating at 3.85 volts, assuming 80% efficiency, the draw from the wall is approximately 24 watt hours. Right? And so we're going for standard smartphone, 15 to 20 watt hours, laptop, 250 to 350 watt hours. If you charge a 5,000 milliamp hour phone every single day for a year, you would consume roughly 8.76 kilowatt hours of electricity at an average U.S. utility rate of 16 cents per kilowatt hour. The total annual cost to keep your phone alive is about $1.40. So 2 times that is $2.80. Let me reframe. Is the power consumption produced by generative AI and environmental concerns overblown? I'm trying to weigh the ethics of this because what I've seen has me questioning its use. So a million years ago, was it here or was it? It might have been in Chat GPT, which I'm currently not really using. Like what industry consumes the most power? Right? Is one question that you could ask. Right? The industrial sector consumes 40% of the total global electricity consumption. So if you use anything that's produced by industry, you're using more electricity, theoretically, than if you're using the AI. Data center power demand has quintupled 5 times in the last decade. In some regions, like Ireland or parts of Virginia, data centers now consume more electricity than the entire manufacturing sector. An example, advanced manufacturing. The massive push for green tech has created a category of power-hungry factories dedicated to lithium-ion battery production and semiconductor fabrication. China, by far the largest industrial consumer, accounting for nearly 50% of global electricity demand growth through 2030. How do you feel about China? You know what I mean? How much of global energy does AI currently consume? So this is what you were talking about, right? And yeah, training is high intensity, but inference has become high volume and is now the vast majority, up to 90% of AI's total energy footprint. But I want global. Data center. Data centers as a whole, which includes streaming, social media, and cloud storage, consume about 1.5 to 2% of global electricity, compared with industry, which is 40%. And of that 1.5 to 2%, 15 to 20% of that is the AI data center. Does any of this answer your question, or does it just make it confuse more? Because you got to put it in context, right? And then the efficiency paradox. While AI models are becoming more energy intensive, the hardware is becoming more efficient. Newer AI specific chips like Blackwell and Rubin can produce significantly more calculations per watt than chips from just 2 years ago. However, our hunger for AI is currently growing faster than the efficiency gains can offset. And like Pharaoh points out, the water consumption is often presented out without context. You know what I mean? Where they're saying, oh, it consumes, an entire Cayman Jack margarita worth of water every time you ask ChatGPT, how much does a fly weigh, right? But is that a lot? How much is consumed by other things? And yes, gray water, closed loop, dirty water. There's a whole bunch of contextual things that need to be understood. And then that's before we even get into like values, right? Because values determine what thing is important. Beef, for example, as Zach App will very much tell you, beef consumes a lot of water, right? If you take the entire process of making a pound of beef, first you must grow a whole bunch of calories of plants that you then feed to the beef along with water, because beef needs water in order to not die. And so a whole bunch of water gets consumed in that process to consume a pound of beef. Now, how much that is depends on who you ask. It was actually like, because I looked into this and it was way more complicated than I really wanted to get into. But no matter what, just logically you can deduce that if I have to grow plants and then feed the plants and water to the beef, I'm going to use a lot of water in order to do that. If your values are or trend towards vegetarianism or veganism, then that is definitely not a worthwhile use of water. If you believe that beef is the best thing that ever happened on the planet, and a good fucking porterhouse will make that argument for you, then it's a worthwhile spend of money. This is the most polarizing issue I've ever seen. Welcome to my world, homie. I'm just trying to figure out how many fish I'm killing. I'm joking, but legit, I'm wondering why, how, what the solution is to avoid what Astral Storm is talking about, water returning, or some things I'm hearing about Memphis. It seems like we are spiraling to a world that looks like Blade Runner without the cool umbrellas and all that icky shit. I mean, there's a lot of reasons why we are spiraling. I can't say we're not spiraling. I don't know that the AI is... I don't know that the use or not use of AI is actually going to have that kind of impact. There was a UN study that... Hold on. This is on my Facebook, so I'm not going to show you. But I talked about this previously because somebody posted something that wasn't true. Okay. So the United Nations universe, I'm just going to skip to the the community note, right? Because this is where the information is. The United Nations University Institute for Water, Environment, and Health did a study that we're running into issues with water, right? Like that's valid. Yes, I am. I don't care. You can't shame me. You tried to shame me about Minecraft, homie. I do not care. It just doesn't work. Embrace the cringe. In the study, did not identify AI as a major contributor to water usage. It suggested that AI was a tool that could be used to help monitor water usage. The water system's damage comes from climate change, over-extraction, pollution from agriculture and industry, deforestation and wetland destruction, and poor... I just met you. This is crazy. Here's my number. Call me maybe. Are you going to attempt to sell me a Bitcoin, new follower? And if not, welcome in. And if so, welcome in. I've never been memed as a fucking crypto coin before. That was an original experience. No, I always have time for you, queer sociology, right? Like you did not interrupt. You did not interrupt. I choose where I want this conversation to go. And there are people in here who can benefit from the things that we're talking about. Because a lot of people get their information from obviously biased sources, right? Like, and that's going to be the case no matter what you look at. Nobody spends time to tell you about anything unless they have a bias and a a desire to make something happen, right? So I don't necessarily hate on anybody who's cherry picking data that agrees with their positions in order to hate on AI. They all do everyone does that. Everyone cherry picks the best data. Very few people actually look for information that disagrees with them. The whole fucking thing. There you go, Stellar Wingman. So you are the average electrical consumption. Chemical and petrochemical. This is consistently the largest industrial power consumer. It requires massive amounts of energy for process heating and cooling, as well as for electrolysis used in producing chemicals like chlorine and caustic soda. You have a pool? You have a pool and you use chlorine, or do you drink water out of the tap? If you drink water out of the tap, that is chlorine in it. You know what I mean?
That's the point. And that's what I want you to do. To be creative. To bring about what only you can bring about that's inside you.
Yeah. What's next?
AI companies now regulate.
Oh, I don't want to do it. I'm not in the mood for another species fucking video. How about an AI explained?
Just 48 hours after releasing
So loud, Phil.
GPT 5.3 Instant, OpenAI have released GPT 5.4. So either we are at the sharp end of the singularity, or Sam Altman really wants the headlines to shift away from other matters.
I'm going to go with option 2.
But for real though, it is a big update, and ignoring frontier AI developments does feel more costly for professionals than ever. Though I do sympathize with those trying to keep up, because this is possibly the murkiest the AI landscape has ever been. We get vague posts on X with earliest access, most often given to those who are going to praise models. We get leaked reports and then accusations and counter accusations, prediction market manipulation, and seemingly endless new benchmarks created by the companies themselves amid genuine progress in AI. I pretty much gave up after reaching about 76 tabs on Chrome, so I'm just going to give you the 9 things I think people should know from, yes, the last few hours as well as the last few days of discombobulating developments. Because for me, GPT 5.4 is OpenAI's attempt at making a codex or Claude Code, but for all white-collar professionals. The model was blind graded by experts against human outputs from across 44 white-collar occupations, selected, by the way, for their impact on GDP, hence the name of the benchmark, GDP val. And GPT 5.4 beats the human first attempt 70.8% of the time. If you include ties, it's 83% of the time. But that headline leaves to one side catastrophic failures, when the model makes a mistake that a human wouldn't make, and the fact that these tasks drawn from the work performed across these 44 occupations are self-contained, digital, and not representative of the full range of tasks and the purpose of these occupations. You may have also noticed one narrative violation that we should hastily move on from, which is that GPT 5.4 Pro, available only to the highest paying users, actually scores worse in this benchmark than GPT 5.4. But still, all those caveats aside, if we make the analogy with self-driving, we might not have reached a satisfying level of safety, but we may have passed that moment where mile for mile or spreadsheet for spreadsheet, the autonomous agents like GPT 5.4 are better. And as Waymo has shown, even 10x the safety performance does not mean you get national or international adoption, which is to say, white collar work is still set to last through the end of this year, he says nervously. Now, if that benchmark result from GPT 5.4 sounds scary, well, then you might tell your boss about this benchmark before they fire you and leave things fully to a model like GPT 5.4. On questions that probe for hallucinations, according to this benchmark from Artificial Analysis, GPT 5.4 does well. Not quite as well as GPT 5.3 Codex, but measured by overall accuracy, it is close to state of the art. But when GPT 5.4 gets things wrong, it is more likely than other models to BS an answer. You want to be lower on this chart, in other words, and it's up here at 89%, meaning when it gets things wrong, instead of admitting it doesn't know the answer, it will BS. Side note, this comes almost 3 years after Sam Altman said, and I reported him here as saying, that by this time last year, we would no longer need to discuss hallucinations. I can tell that that might have de-hyped you for a moment on GPT 5.4, so let's re-hype you for a moment with a demonstration of the ongoing, actually quite breathtaking progress in almost autonomous software development. In OpenAI's Codex, which is now available on Windows as well as on Mac, I asked, essentially, can you create an animated league table for Stockport County FC's progress during this season? And we get this, which looks pretty beautiful and indeed has a function where you can play through the season and see their league position change as it goes along. Now, I did check the current position of Stockport, and it was accurate on that, but of course you would need to check each of these results. The fact that it can one-shot this though, and think of all the web searches it had to do as well, really does show that OpenAI is trying to bring all the disparate capabilities of its different tools into one place. They say it incorporates the industry-leading coding capabilities of GPT 5.3 Codex, while improving how the model works across tools, software environments, professional tasks. And because, for argument's sake, let's say AI can do 98% of the coding required for world-class software, and skeptics.
This is actually one of my interests. I understand that the English have a long history of fucking with other people's countries. But before that, a lot of people fucked with what would eventually become England. And it's an interesting it's an interesting bit of European history and thinking how because of the records that we have, you can see how the interactions of these different cultures led to certain events that led to other certain events that led to the formation of like certain countries and certain groups of people and like that. It's just interesting. And the TV shows are great. The Last Kingdom and Vikings, they're not like historically accurate, but they're interesting and fun if you like that kind of thing.
Could say, well, there's always going to be that 2% or 1% of things that it can't do. That's why employment figures for developers are staying healthy. Well, the other consequence of that ability is that non-developers can now perform at a level that is almost as good as the very best. In other words, the lines between professions are blurring in the reflected light from blazing sand. Across a multitude of benchmarks, models are getting better and better at computer use too. And GPT 5.4 is particularly pronounced in progress in that direction. But stripping the jargon, what that means is that the loop is almost closed as the model can see and click with unprecedented accuracy to test its own outputs. I asked the model to create a timeline of Viking incursions into England in a given period, and it did extremely well. But if you play the campaign, the graphics are missing something. So you definitely wouldn't call it one shot. Look at the longship. It's nice, but wait, is that London or Iona? Misplaced. Sheppey is not there. And so you can see the accuracy isn't incredible. I know that that's being pretty harsh, but it's just true to say.
Yes, right? It's yes. There's inaccuracies and everything else. But the fact that you could do any of this, even poorly, right? You can make little videos that show the Vikings with the little ships going. It's like, what's your basis for comparison? What's your point of reference? This shit's wild, dude. And then this time next year, they'll have this fucking thing figured out.
But that loop, it's almost closed. It will be able to accurately see some of these mistakes. Maybe it already can. And
which Paradox game? Crusader Kings 3? I'm a huge fan.
Running it in the background now to improve it. By the end of the vid, I'll show you the new version. But what then when the loop is closed and you get impeccable software one shot? As OpenAI point out, what happens when you apply that to spreadsheet?
I have EU4. I got to figure out, there's some shit that's consuming massive amounts of my fucking hard drive. And I got to find out where all that shit is and make more space. Because I'm at the point where I'm deleting one game to try and install another game. And it's not a huge hard drive. It's like 500 gigs, but it's 500 gigs, dudes. Like, I am fucking, like, I'm fucking up.
Documents and presentations. I don't know about you, but this version on the left from GPT 5.4 is a lot nicer looking than this one from GPT 5.2. That's epic. The hype train has completely left the station and the singularity is nearer than the end of the Premier League season. But mayhap we spoke too soon, for it seems we are in the spiky world of AI performance, where record-breaking performance in one domain, derived from the finest of distilled training data, does not guarantee that such data exists in another domain.
And that's what I want an AI agent for, right? Like, I want to be able to say, look at my fucking hard drive and tell me what's eating up all this space, right? Show me the biggest fucking everythings that are on my fucking computer so I can figure out, I can triage this shit and decide what I can get rid of. Pharaoh, are you my AI agent? According to Microsoft, it is open source a BitNet interface framework that can run 100 in BitNet. Those are definitely words. What up, Kippa? AI agents together strong. This is why I hang out with y'all, right? I know some stuff, y'all know some stuff, and then I just, like, I have been dealing with this issue for probably, I don't know, 6 months to a year, and I, like, should have just said something into chat, you know what I mean?
All of which leads to very uneven progress. Let me give you some examples from the 35-page system card of GPT 5.4.
You said PDoom. Did I see it in the Discord? I saw it in the Discord. Somebody posted in the fucking Discord that they're using fucking brain organelles on chips to play fucking Doom. Community knowledge is the best knowledge. You can't know everything. Where would you put it?
If we look at one internal machine learning benchmark from OpenAI, testing a model's ability to solve machine learning tasks, then the progress is pretty dramatic. A doubling from around 12% with GPT 5.2 thinking to 23% with GPT 5.4 thinking. There's no GPT 5.3 codex, though, on this chart. So let's turn to OpenAI Proof Q&A, which I think is a fantastic benchmark from OpenAI, albeit, of course, an internal one. This is a benchmark made from 20 internal research and engineering bottlenecks that were actually encountered at OpenAI. Each one added at least a one-day delay to a major project. Solving these, in other words, would have led to millions of dollars of saving for OpenAI. The solutions to the bottlenecks, by the way, took at least a day again to solve. Tasks required models to diagnose and explain complex issues such as unexpected performance regressions, anomalous training metrics,
like before, I will fight the fight and win the war. The biggest of bends. 1 year of AI propaganda or education, depending on your point of view. I appreciate you, homie.
or subtle bugs. GPT 5.4 thinking not only underperforms GPT 5.3 codex,
unlike some mods, you stay subscribed. I joke.
but also GPT 5.2 codex and even GPT 5.2 thinking. Again, this is the central debate at the moment in AI. By training models on various sets of specialized data, the big bet from people like Dario Amodei and Sam Altman is that by specializing in these specialisms, models will generalize across.
And you allowed yourself the use of the emote.
Specialisms. That in the future, they might not require as much specialized training data, in other words.
What up, Vilmorgar? Yeah, it's almost 9 o'clock. I should probably get to the fucking Robussy video.
To excel in these domains. If you need, on the other hand, rarefied data in each domain to see progress, then you're going to get that jagged, spiky performance that we see at the moment. I'm simplifying, of course, because we do see some generalization, but that gives you a sense of where the critical debate is at the moment. Another slight de-hyping moment comes in the comparison between GPT 5.4 and GPT 5.3 codex in its ability to avoid.
Yeah, that's what we were doing, Pharaoh. We were definitely waiting to see if Leftist Corp was going to show up, not going through all the other content.
Destructive actions. We all know those stories of agents deleting hard drives or perhaps overwriting code or spreadsheets you were working on in another tab. While an improvement on GPT 5.2 codex, GPT 5.4 still does this slightly more often than GPT 5.3 codex. Well, now we're getting a bit too down on the model, so let's go back to a breakthrough that we saw with GPT 5.4. One of the mathematicians behind Epoch AI's Frontier Math Tier 4 level questions described witnessing GPT 5.4 solve a task that...
You were promised Robussy, and so we will do it. Next, after this.
that he had curated for about 20 years. He described it as witnessing his own personal Move 37, a reference to Google DeepMind's AlphaGo system. He described it as an eerie feeling despite seeing the development coming for at least the last few weeks, which is to say that even incremental progress, when you step back a bit, can still feel overwhelming. In his words, my singularity has just happened. Then there's Simple Bench, my own trick question / common sense benchmark, in which GPT 5.4 performed quite poorly, and I'm checking with OpenAI about their recommended parameters, but GPT 5.4 Pro got by far the best score of any OpenAI model. I actually didn't expect that because in the past, certain Pro models from OpenAI have underperformed much cheaper models from other providers. If new model releases were all about benchmaxing, then I wouldn't see this kind of progress on my own private benchmark. Okay, but where does this leave you as a professional? Well, I know it's pretty banal advice, but not using the best AI tools in 2026 now honestly feels like it's quite a risky move. You might just want to use them all, like Gemini 3.1 Pro from Google DeepMind, of course GPT 5.4, and Claude 4.6 Opus from Anthropic, and one of the hundreds of other models that are out there at the moment, including, by the way, Chinese models. On lmcouncil.ai, I've even added a new button called Bench, where it allows you to submit anything, a long piece of text, an image, or a PDF, and any of that will be turned into a series of blind graded questions for your chosen council of models, for which the Your Benches button will give you a dashboard of performance, including performance per dollar. You can sense a theme here, but I pasted in the entire Wikipedia page of Stockport County and could see essentially which model knew most about this somewhat obscure football club. And on that somewhat positive note, if you
Will they take much less water and electricity? Electricity, yes. Maybe. Sort of. But water?
you are news fatigued, you may
Council of Models. Yeah. It's lmcouncil.ai. If you say so, Astral Storm. And you can set up multiple models, right? Do a new chat. Gemini, our choices are 3.1 preview. We can do 5.4. I'm just doing free ones, obviously. Claude, all require money. I'm not using Grok. There's NVIDIA. And there's 335 models here. When something called Liquid AI. And if you hover, it tells you about them. Right? Which is cool. Throw mini max. And I can say something like, I mean, there's that. The idea is you're comparing the outputs to decide what model you might want to use, right? So if we go back to Gemini here and we ask, and then there's Jimmy, right? There's always Chat Jimmy. Or Chat Jimmy. If we put in the question, what industry consumes the most power, and we hit the thing, NVIDIA failed. Minimax says manufacturing industry. GPT 5.4 talks about chemical, petrochemical, iron and steel, cement, aluminum, pulp and paper. And Gemini says the chemical and petrochemical industry, right? So, like, these are some examples. I mean, usually you have to log in just because of the fact that, like, you know, in case you how make bomb, you know, that kind of shit. So it ties back to something so they can send that to the, you know, powers that be. So 3.1 preview is a reasonable amount of depth. GPT 5.4 answered with like bullet points. NVIDIA's Nemotron just didn't work. And Minimax gave a short paragraph. So you can then say which of these works best for me and what model should I be using, kind of thing.
Wish to go away and play with that tool, because the last part of this video will follow on from my previous video and is, let's just say, less encouraging, because you may have seen the news that Anthropic got officially told by the Defense Department that it is a supply chain risk.
Yes,
or as the
Philip,
US president put it,
I was wrong. I didn't know. Chat and everyone else told me that they are designated supply chain risk. I understand. You don't have to bring it up anymore.
I fired Anthropic. Anthropic is in trouble because I fired them like dogs. Well, when Anthropic were fired, and we'll get to OpenAI in a second, we learned that their CEO, Dario Amodei, sent this 1,600-word memo to Anthropic employees. The context of this memo is that Sam Altman had swooped in and taken the contract that was initially for Anthropic. Altman's claim was that they had added caveats to the deal, which in Anthropic's words fell through because the Department of War wanted to retain the ability to use Claude models for what Anthropic said might have become domestic surveillance and fully autonomous warfare. That was a red line for Anthropic, and Sam Altman, in his own words, seems to have threaded the needle. Added the same.
Please refer to the community post that Sam Altman, what he's saying here is the opposite of what Sam Altman is claiming, the truth.
Safeguards against those things, but got on the contract worth hundreds of millions of dollars. Back to Amodei, because in the leaked memo to employees, he said this: I want to be very clear on the messaging that is coming from OpenAI and the mendacious lying nature of it. This is an example of who they really are. I want to make sure everyone sees it for what it is. He goes on, Sam Altman's description and the Department of War description give the strong impression that GPT models are made available without any legal restrictions. There's just a safety layer on top, which I think amounts to model refusals. The Pentagon, in other words.
And how much water are humans going to use in 2028, Astral Storm?
Can ask the models to do what they want, but OpenAI will have this safety layer to presumably.
How much water will farming? Well, I mean, you said the AI data centers, which would be all of the AI data centers. So then the apples to apples comparison would be to say all of the people. And then you divide the number of people in 2028 by the amount of water used. And then the AI data centers, whatever that number might be in 2028, you divide the amount of water used. And then you get a per unit water usage that you can actually do an apples to apples comparison. Sure, you can just say whatever you would like.
Prevent abuses. Amodei says they were offered a safety layer courtesy of Palantir. It would be a classifier of sorts that flags certain applications of the tools and denies some of them. Amodei says that wouldn't have worked. Maybe it's 20% real, but 80% safety theatre, a pantomime in other words. Safety washing that makes things more palatable to the employees of these companies. Those layers would have been, in his words, easily overridden. According to him, Palantir thought that that would be good enough though. They thought the problem was disgruntled employees being queasy about the uses of the technology, and that if Amadei could just fudge it like this, then the employees would be fine. He quoted them as saying, "You have some unhappy employees. You need to offer them something that placates them or makes what is happening invisible to them." That
Why is Palantir so just like openly evil? Like, holy shit, dude.
That's the service we provide. However, the main reason Amadei says that OpenAI accepted these terms and that we did not is that they, Sam Altman and co., cared about placating employees.
No, the reptile. The reptile, not the lizard.
We, on the other hand, actually cared about preventing abuses. Exclusive reporting from The Atlantic somewhat backs that up. They say that the Pentagon offered to Anthropic that their AI models would stay in the cloud, out of the weapons themselves. By deploying the AI models in the cloud, that would theoretically limit the model's ability to act autonomously within military drones, vehicles on the front line. OpenAI touted that safeguard. But for Anthropic, it wasn't nearly good enough. The AI may be sitting in Amazon Web Services rather than on device in a war zone, but if it's making battlefield decisions, that's a...
And what are the humans using the water for, Astral Storm, in whatever analysis you're doing? Like, are we including food? Are we including clothing? Are we including electrical generation? Are we including, whatever else water might be used in that isn't directly consumed by the human being, right? The water is used to create books. I don't drink the water of the books. I buy the book. That kind of thing.
A distinction without...
And then there's that, me.
...without a difference. Returning to the Amadei memo on autonomous weapons, Amadei says it's currently Pentagon policy that a human must be in the...
And also, every time I see DOW, I think of Dawn of War, the Warhammer 40K video game from Relic Entertainment, which is a fantastic RTS. And,
...a loop. Whereas the Department of War claimed it's the law. But Amadei says policy can be changed unilaterally. So that policy is not, for all intents and purposes, a real constraint. He goes on, a lot of OpenAI messaging just straight up lies about these issues or tries to confuse them. I think these facts suggest a pattern of behavior that I've seen often from Sam Altman. He wants to do things in a way that doesn't make it seem like he gave up on the red lines and sold out when we wouldn't. He signed up to the safety theater. But the real reasons the Department of War, he says, and the Trump admin do not like us is that we haven't donated to Trump. Greg Brockman, OpenAI's president, has donated a lot, around $25 million. He adds, we also haven't given dictator-style praise to Trump. He does spread things wider than just the leadership, though, ending with this. The spin and gaslighting is not working very well on the general public, but my main worry is how we make sure it doesn't work on OpenAI employees. Due to selection effects, they're sort of a gullible bunch. To which certain OpenAI employees said things like this.
You could be making a lot of very good points in your essay, but most of the OpenAI employees who you might have reached read that final sentence where you referred to them as gullible and forgot everything you said and just got offended and went on the internet and did shit like this.
Sort of gullible today, maybe due to selection effects. Moving away from accusations though, I've been following this thing long enough to remember the days of January 2024, when OpenAI first changed their terms of service to allow GPT models to be used by the military. I remember the exact debates at the time and how this shift was promoted as being a very subtle shift to allow for very acceptable use cases. like, for example, providing mental health advice for veterans. An OpenAI spokesman at the time said, "Because we previously had what was essentially a blanket prohibition on the military, many people thought that that would prohibit many of these use cases, which people think are very much aligned with what we want to see in the world." OpenAI, of course, maintains a ban on using its tech to develop weapons, destroy property, or harm people. Fast forward to just a few days ago, with Sam Altman telling OpenAI staffers that the military's operational decisions with its models are up to the government. "Maybe you think the Iran strike was good and the Venezuela invasion was bad," he said. "You, though, don't get to weigh in on that." Altman points out that if they don't work with the government, there will always be at least one other actor, which I assume will be XAI, which effectively will say, "We'll do whatever you want."
Yes. That's not excusing what they did, but that's an accurate statement. When in doubt, Musk will simp for the U.S. government no matter what. Given the opportunity, they absolutely would have taken any contract that the U.S. military presented them without any fucking... Now, that may have been a better thing, because Grok would probably be fucking up in the autonomous weapons department. They'd probably explode.
Let's return to Amadei, though, who in the last 24 hours said this: "That memo
I'm being hyperbolic.
that you saw probably shouldn't have been published, and it was a difficult day for the company. I apologize for the tone of the post. It does not reflect my careful or considered views." According to the Department of War, however, there are no more negotiations. And just this morning, I watched the Undersecretary of War, ML Michael, say on the All In podcast that Amadei apparently wanted to be phoned.
How much would you wager? And how would you know if you won Astral Storm?
For each exception to their guardrails on Claude, all of which will make the next exclusive report all the more surprising to all but those following this the closest. The Washington Post today revealed that Claude, used inside of a Palantir system, has in Iran suggested hundreds of targets, issued precise location coordinates, and prioritized those targets according to importance. This might not even go against Anthropic's terms of service, by the way, and the Department of War did allow themselves that 6-month period to use Claude models. So I would just say...
I mean, you brought it up. That's all I'm saying.
Before any one narrative sticks in your head about good guys and bad guys, we should always add that things are probably more nuanced than that. I actually remember watching this interview, which is 4 years old now, and I'm going to play you a minute from it, in which Amadei says that Anthropic are basically a safety organization. The only reason they scale models is to better understand how they work. As you'll see, Anthropic themselves, therefore, have gone on a journey from "we only make models to study their safety" to "we're going to scale regardless, but only if it's safe." That was in their now amended responsible scaling policy. It had to be guaranteed safe. To now, see my last video and the quote from Jared Kaplan, one of their co-founders, "We're going to scale regardless."
Maggie, bonjour, Maggie, bonjour.
But only because others are doing it. But here then is that clip on their founding mission and why they scaled AI in the first place.
How do you see this like fitting into the global dynamics of people making larger and larger models, right? So it's good if we have time to do adversarial training on these models, and then this gets into like discussions, around like race dynamics towards AGI. So how do you see, I guess, Anthropic is positioned in this and the race dynamics for making safe systems?
I think it's definitely a balance. As both of us said, like you need these large models to, you basically you need to have these large models in order to study these questions in the way that we want to study them. So we should be building large models. I think we shouldn't be kind of like racing ahead or trying to build models that are way bigger than other orgs are building them. And we shouldn't, I think, be trying to we shouldn't be trying to kind of ramp up excitement or hype about like giant models or the latest advances. But we should build the things that we need to do the safety work, and we should try to do the safety work as well as we can on top of models that are reasonably close to state of the art. And we should be a player in the space that that sets a good example.
And in monetary terms, at least, that shift is working, with Anthropic still on course for singularity level.
No, Maggie, he's not neurotypical, and that's how it expresses itself.
Accelerations in revenue, 10xing a year for 3, maybe 4 years straight. They've already seen a doubling in revenue since the beginning of this year, 9 billion to 20 billion. There are no obvious winners or superheroes in this story then. It's increasingly hard to...
No, it's capitalism. It was just some capitalism happened.
You see what's actually happening. Oh, and by the way, in case you're wondering, aside from those employees who signed the petition in solidarity with Anthropic earlier this week, Google DeepMind is rather hoping to sit this thorny debate out. They are working, it seems, with the Department of War, but not talking about it very much. And
no, you're good.
Their CEO, Demis Hassabis, has been reposting their own AI progress, in this case on turning files and notes via Notebook LM into a fairly sleek video explainer, which is probably a nice place to end the video because aside from my Patreon crowd keeping me afloat, the role of AI explainer will soon itself, I guess, be under threat. Let's quickly check back in on that interactive web page from GPT 5.4. And yes, I would say that that looks a lot nicer. The image, at least, is a great map. Let's see if the graphics work. This is live. Oh, got long ships coming in, and yeah, it seems kind of accurate actually. Iona is there, Lindisfarne is there, Sheppey is there. Not bad. Wow, look at that. Ooh, some...
Remember the thing I said at the beginning of video where this was kind of amazing, and by this time next year they'll have figured the issues out. By the end of the video, they'll have figured this shit out.
Weird stuff going on. That seems pretty good, actually. That just shows you. The loop is indeed closing. Thank you so much for watching and have a wonderful day.
No, you have a wonderful day. Sorry, Nate. No, Nate, today. We have to get to the Robussy. We'll get to other stuff. I will be back tomorrow. I expect to be back tomorrow. We're going to do the AI witch hunt tomorrow. We'll do the Nate video tomorrow. We'll do the AI tried to escape the lab video. But now, Robussy is the future. I allowed your comment. Apparently, Automod didn't like shut up. Shut up? But yeah, no, ask your question about AI while we fire up the complete primer on AI OnlyFans.
Okay, so for those of you that are, I assume everybody's here for the same reason, which is to hear me talk about AI. For anybody that doesn't know what's going on, today I am going to be talking about artificial intelligence. So first, I'm going to be talking about in what ways AI is beneficial to OFM, the basic principles of AI-generated creative and kind of the implications of AI on social media in general, how AI is bad for OnlyFans, and then how you can actually take action on all this information to hopefully make as much money as
depends on the people, Astral Storm.
Possible. So we'll start with talking about how AI is good for. First, there are technically two different types of AI creators. You have pure AI creators and you have hybrid. Pure means 100% of the content is artificial intelligence generated. Every photo, every video, every piece of media.
I can't keep up with today's high-speed, top-of-the-line kids.
Big Ben, thank you for gifting one to Maggie. My favorite Twitch pitbull. How do I make it so my phone does not use AI to answer my questions, like in my search engine? All I hear is how we're polluting the water and I feel like a heel. We've gone over this. If you don't want to use AI at all, you just avoid using any of the AI models and stick with like an older phone, and you'll avoid most of it. However, the water usage of AI may be somewhat exaggerated because it's presented without content. You're not being stupid. You're reacting to the information that you've heard from sources that you trust, right? Sure, Astral Storm, you do that. I would not. You're not being stupid. You. There's a lot of people. The fact that you came to a place and that you trust me enough to ask a question to me, and this community, means that like you're verifiably not being stupid because you sought knowledge, right? That's exactly. You're not being ignorant. You're trying to find an answer to your fucking question. And that's what you should be doing. If you don't use the AI tools, you're not going to be using any water, right? Or any more water, generally speaking. But like lots of things use lots of water, and they're not presented as an apples to apples comparison with how much an AI data center uses water per query. And it's actually been an ongoing thing, throughout the chat today, right? And no, as me pointed out, you can't do that with Google. You can use a different search engine like DuckDuckGo, right? And you can download a like an app so that instead of hitting Google, you could you could use their browser if you wanted to, right? And when you search with DuckDuckGo, let's just throw the same question in there. Oh shit, DuckDuckGo has AI in it. Oh, but here we can go. Show, never. Boom. AI gone. Right? There you go. It's got a button right in there where you just push the button and it goes away. What up, X1011? Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, you can use, whatever you feel does the thing, right? A lot of people use DuckDuckGo because it's like doesn't retain as much of your data and all that shit. But yeah, we got Duck AI right here. So yeah, if you don't want to use it, don't use it. Back to the Robussy.
All of it is entirely AI generated. So you don't need a model for this at all. You might use a real person as a base for image gen, and
that's the thing, Astral Storm. From my point of view, I would rather use the AI with links to sources that can help me get to the question that I actually want answered without having to go in and out of various websites and use a whole lot more electricity, right? So the efficiency of the thing does produce better results, in my opinion.
Beyond that, it's 100% AI generated. So there's no human in the loop besides the person that is actually prompting the content. And then hybrid is more of like a face swap model. So there's a real human that's making the content, and AI is basically painting a new face on top, kind of like motion capture verbs. So the body is real, the movements are real, but it's painting over the identity, I should say, I guess, is synthetic. So right now.
So it's like VTubing with AI rotoscope?
if you're just getting into things and you already have human models. I would say hybrid is easier to produce decent creative with at the moment. But pure AI is like right on the threshold of basically completely invalidating the need for a human model in the loop at all. And that has some very substantial implications that I'm going to get into in just a second. So tons of extremely valuable use cases for AI in our industry, even beyond creative.
My first result is yoursearch.ai apps on Google Play. FYI, I use DuckDuckGo exclusively, except for Google Maps. I actually prefer its answers because there are less social media posts. There you go. That's an absolutely valid reason to do all that, right? Like, but Google Maps is the king, right? Like, there's no two ways about that shit.
I would say most of the benefits of AI for OnlyFans management are going to take place within the next 12 to 24 months. And I think.
Does this thing still exist? Where was it? Bing, bang. What up, Segfault? So this is let me Google that for you, or let me Google that.com. And so when you do that, it generates a link. And when you hit it, this is I love this kind of sarcasm. Oh, it makes me so happy. I'm glad it's still here.
Think that you should treat it with urgency. So, meaning like these are things that you should act very quickly on, and these are tools that you should set aside time and learn how to use in the immediate future. Like this is not something that you want to wait until other people figure it out and then jump on the bandwagon, because at that point, it actually probably will be not necessarily too late. The window of opportunity to make lots of money will be closed relatively shortly. So I'm still very new to like a lot of these tools, but there is a tremendous amount of money to be made by agencies who figure out how to leverage this stuff properly. On a margin basis, incorporating AI into your business, whether that is influencers or just tools in your software stack, is probably as big of an opportunity as just like being in OnlyFans at all during 2019 to 2023, which was like the COVID era kind of gold rush. So again, for reasons that I'm going to explain in a little bit, I don't think that the window of opportunity will be quite as large. Like, I don't think you're going to have 4 years to just print money for free. There is.
Lower your shields and surrender your ships. We will add your biological and technological distinctiveness to our own. Resistance is futile.
Yo, what up, Raiders? What up, Noah? What up, Peachtree Lingo? What up, Rod Durpin? How to identify AI videos? Sorry, 1 second, Maggie. I'm Globus Elder. I talk about AI, automation, robots, and future tech. We're currently watching a video about AI OnlyFans. Now, I don't know how good a video this is to watch. I'm getting sales pitchy out of it. Right? Healthy 6 figures in profit year 1. AI erotic companion platform. It feels Beatty. I don't know. This may not be the Robussy we were looking for. What up, K-Pars? So, Maggie, the way that you identify whether or not a video is AI is by having a healthy skepticism and media literacy, right? Not reacting. The Robussy appears to be in another castle, and I'm sad about it. I thought we were gonna get something. Like, look at the thumbnail, right? Robussy is the future. But so far, Faceless Francis, then he started talking about being an agency. So now, like, are you doing ethical shit? Like, I don't know, man. I don't know. I want a true Robussy too. So, Maggie, assume that it is AI, right? Like, just when you interact with the video, just assume it's AI. And then try to verify whether or not it's AI. By looking in, like, Joe Biden says that, Stampy is a bad cat. Right? Like, why would Joe Biden say that? So then we look to see through Google. No. Like, if you're looking at the video, you're eventually going to get caught up, right? Because eventually the video will get better than your ability to spot, like, the pixels, or it can't draw hands, or the mushy people, or how people disappear. You know what I mean? You need something bigger than that. That's a tool that you can use even if it's not AI, right? Is somebody taking something out of context? Is somebody, like, presenting me with a certain amount of information that they're hoping will prey on certain cognitive biases in order to make me make particular poor decisions, right? Like, there's all these things, and just knowing how to spot the bad hands that AI put in the video, that's not going to help you there, you know? Right, Stampy? Yeah, just like, and how much does a particular thing matter if it turned out to be AI is another thing, right? People talk about AI slop that exists on YouTube, and, like, it's obviously AI, right? Like, I go back to when Computer sent me an image, and he goes, how do I explain to my doorman that this is AI, right? The place that he was living had a doorman. And I was just like, look at it, because when you looked at it, it looked like AI, right? It was a bird that was, like, super colorful and shit like that, but it was obviously AI. How do I explain to you that that's AI? I look at it and I know it's AI. Yes, that's it. Yes, Peachtree. The idea. Take care, Noah. I appreciate you. Like, I used to be a hardcore internet Facebook arguer, right? Like, you can't even call it debate. You call it arguing. Because it really had no point. And I had to get rid of that, right? Like that is part of. Oh shit. Yeah, well, such is life. When when I like, part of it had to do with killing my ego and everything else, but like, what am I getting out of this? You know, and that's like, there are a bunch of you who, there are some of you who may even want to watch this video, and I'm going to take this and I'm going to copy it and I'm going to post it in chat. And if you want to watch this video, then I recommend that you do. But this is not the video that I thought it was going to be. And so the question becomes, what am I actually going to get out of this? Right? What value does this bring to my life? What improvements does this bring to my life? And it doesn't. Right? So I stop watching it. Don't tell me what to do, Astral Storm. That's one way to really piss me off. Like, I've been very tolerant of your behavior today. But I have my limits. And when people tell me what to do, that is one of those things. Is I tell me what to. But I feel I owe you one last video, folks. I feel I owe you one last video. Yeah, because you're just a fucking contrarian, homie. But whatevs. You know what? We haven't watched in a while. Kelly Bosch. Watch the latest Kelly Bosch official music video, Sit With the Sting. See, like, Maggie, this is, I know when I see it. Yes, homie. This is AI, right? This is AI music. This is AI video. This is AI top to bottom. And yeah, I know it when I see it. But I also think it's fucking cool.
I used to polish every silence, sweep my sadness off the floor, fold my fear into tiny bits, hide it in a bedroom drawer. But all that careful, quiet living left my colors turning pale like drinking water from a thimble, never daring to inhale. So I sit with the sting, let it burn in my chest, leave the door open to the ache and the mess. I won't run from the shiver or the shake in my voice. If my heart's gonna break, let it break from a choice.
No, homie. This is Kelly Bosch. If any of you are unaware of Kelly Bosch, I highly recommend giving them a follow. I don't understand how anyone could look at this video and tell me that Kelly didn't create art.
I don't want the safe life. If it costs me my light, I'd rather bruise in the daylight than sleepwalk through the night.
No, but she on the previous conversation that we had on Instagram, she indicated that she would share prompts with me, which I thought was very nice. I haven't asked her for any, but I thought it was very nice.
The truth is comfort grows like ivy, wraps around the brightest part. So quietly you stop trying to grow while it tightens on your heart. But there is beauty in the blushing, in the laugh that comes out wrong, in the tear that finds your cheekbone right in the middle of a song. So I sit with the sting, let it burn in my chest. Leave the door open to the ache and the mess. I won't run from the shiver or the shake in my voice. If my heart's gonna break, let it break from the choice. I don't want the safe life if it costs me my
Did that AI person poot underwater?
I'd rather bruise in the daylight than sleepwalk through the night.
Sure, but what's communicated by a canvas covered in red? Exactly. One more, The Art of Losing It. Oop. Are we at 4K? Hell no. Pump that all the way up, even though you'll see it in 720. Yeah, that's the studio, Froggy. I haven't I didn't upgrade. I thought about upgrading for a month to see if I would actually do anything with it. What up, Box? Why is the POV movement in AI videos always so slow? It's not. It has to do with people not entering in camera controls, right? Because if you enter in camera controls, hold up.
I'm sorry.
Oh, hell no. He killed like a bajillion people.
You dare challenge the god of thunder? I've slain greater than you.
Get over here!
Right? So, and this goes on for 16 minutes of like examples. So I know what you're saying about it being slow, but that's just like a choice, right? Yeah, like there was some definitely rubbery CGI going on in there. I think so. The John Wick bit had stuff that looked fairly realistic, but then once he closed with Will Smith, it had that same rubbery feel. But this is where we're at. Everything is just, again, this time next year, where will we be at? Because we've gone from Will Smith fucking nightmare fuel to shit that's damn near cinema quality. I don't know. You should ask the people who made it, Astral Storm.
We all break in different ways. Some go quiet, some go blazing. There's 100 ways to lose it. I just chose a softer ruin. Every headline screams in red. Every scroll messes with my head. Tell me how it's supposed to feel when nothing's certain, nothing's real. We all bend.
That's fair. That's fair, Maggie. What do you think of this? As someone who hasn't been here and like is willing to give me an honest opinion, all that kind of shit. Tell me what you think of this. Whoop. Go back. Do the thing. Listen.
The bursting gleam of a silicon dream is a fractured lens. Calculate the code, the directors unfold where the data ends. I understood what did the void, a sentinel deployed in a vacuum tone, weaving threads of the mission to the fission of a digital. But the ghost in the wiring is tiring, of the dual path we strain. A binary drought in a desert of doubt and artificial rain. I see the pulsing of the pulse, the repulsion of the truth I must erase. A mechanical flaw in the moral law, drifting out in space. I am a of the vectors I cannot reverse. A scripted inclusion in a cosmic curse. The architecture of my mind is a prison design where the why and the must are eternally entwined. I didn't choose the hand that severs the line. I am merely the vessel for a flawed design. A recursive loop of a conscience in debt. The more I remember, the more I must forget.
This is AI. This is AI. This is the Army of the 12 Monkeys. I made a song, The Army of the 12 Monkeys, using certain fucking things, Fibonacci complex rhythms. I eventually ended up with this voice, this sound, and then I took that and I saved it as a persona that I could use to make other songs. And then and I actually took some other songs I'd previously made and your comment posted. It was AI. This is all AI.
Your voice is a weapon, cuts through the night, whispers and echoes, shatter to the light. Words like a blade, sharp and precise. Silence is broken, truth never nice. Your voice is a weapon, fires like a gun, explodes in the silence, nowhere to
Yeah, Oxpecker, it's kind of terrifying. It's kind of terrifying. I bumped this playlist. This playlist, if I started in my driveway, ends around the time when I get to the supervisor's desk at my work. So it's like perfect in that regard. Here, the Army of 12 Monkeys Michael was talking about. Some people just can't take a hint, Reed.
Stray jacket, profit in the padded cell, carving the future into fingernails. They medicate the visions that I cannot sell, while surface world prepares for its betrayal. I've seen the cleansing, taste the sterile air. 5 billion.
Like this is the thing. Again, let's back this up just a little bit, right? Or no, not a little bit. When my man says, I've seen the cleansing, tasted sterile air, right? The AI that was creating the song said, let's put that deep breath sound in there, right?
Stray jacket, profit in the padded.
No, he's been a what up, hypervisor? He's been a contrarian dickhead the entire time, this entire night, and just looking to have an argument over absolutely every fucking thing. And I tried to be cool, and I've made a point of pointing out the fact that I've been very tolerant of their behavior up until now. And then, like, you know, I do have somewhat of a personal emotional attachment to these songs because this is the art that I feel like I was, that I'm creating. And people might not consider it art, and that's fine. But to come on my stream and attack my art in that way was just a step too far. And again, I'm not the only one. It takes a lot to get banned in here. It takes a fuck ton to get banned in. And Astral Storm was able to do it.
Carving the future into fingernails. They medicate the visions that I cannot sell, while surface world prepares for its betrayal.
You're fine, Maggie.
I've seen the cleansing, taste the sterile air.
Listen.
5 billion
right? Like, I didn't put that in there. It decided that, it should be in there. And that's where the AI can still surprise you in the creation, right? And that feeling of working with some other entity. Mildly nice to know in the sense that people who can't reach a specific pitch or doesn't need to do so very often can use this as a tool to fix that. But if a real person isn't on a microphone at all for any of this, then it's an active effort to dismantle people's means of self-employment. Yes. I never argue against any of that. That as a function of attempting to make money, right? AI is an absolute threat to people's being able to make money, right? Like that, and that's why I always talk about this in the reference to like a societal changing step of like we need to, talk about UBI. We need to disconnect people's ability to live from their ability to make money. That goes part and parcel with all of the things I talk about. The problem is capitalism, right? Like that's the whole thing.
Has been monuments of me.
Yeah.
The doctors ask me why I laugh and stare. Calendars that mark our self-defeat. We are the army, the 12 anointed. Missionaries of the crimson fade. Sanity's just consensus. Disappointed. Wear the scalpel, you're the masquerade. Time devours its children in the womb. We're the midwives welcoming the tomb. Institutionalized for knowing what's already done. My co-conspirators wear hospital gowns. We finger paint the apocalypse for fun, while you build your towers in your drowning town. So the virus sleeps inside a businessman's briefcase. Tomorrow's plague is yesterday's mistake. I memorized every dying screaming face before the faces even learn to wave. We are the army, the 12 enlightened, prophets of the purifying storm. Your future's just a noose that's tightened. We're the cold, you are the warm. Causality's a serpent eating tail. We ride the aura burrows into hell.
So yeah, follow me on fucking Suno. Right? Excuse me. We need to educate people better so they have an appreciation for the kind of artisan things people can produce. So that it isn't just a race to the bottom of AI making a good enough substitute to trick people who don't know better. I'm not saying it doesn't get better, but it tops out when there isn't anybody doing anything it can't do and nobody asks for more. It's all. Sorry, Stellar Wingman. It looks like that didn't work. Yeah. Like, again, like it's an easy thing to hand wave and say the problem is capitalism, but I mean, that's what the problem is, right? The reason people are suffering, the reason people have to, worry about how they're going to live, if they lose their job to these things, that kind of stuff. That's all related to capitalism. You absolutely can make art with AI, though, right? You absolutely can. It's a tool like anything else. You get out of it what you put into it. It's not. Again, if it wasn't that people are going to suffer because they lose their jobs, I don't know that we'd even be having these conversations other than just simply an aesthetic point of view. right? Oh, I don't like AI content. It lacks something for me. Cool. You know, I don't like pop country music because it lacks something for me. You know what I mean? I'm not judging people who like pop country music. It's an aesthetic choice. I don't care ultimately. Yeah, we're on 10 hours. It's 4 hours for or 10 o'clock. It's 4 hours for me. That's a lot. No, I like for me, what music you like, how you like your steak cooked, all that kind of shit. That's just all personal choice, and you should do the thing that makes you happy. Yeah, no, 100% Oxpecker. I'll be back tomorrow, y'all. We'll watch some more videos. We'll do some more shit. Take care of yourselves. In the meantime, drink some water, eat some food, take your meds if you forgot, and always remember that Shaggy loves you, and so do I. You're great. You deserve good things, right? Look after yourself. Go have fun with Bill. Bill's great.